करार सर. Good morning and a warm welcome to all of you back to the remaining three sessions of the day. I hope all delegates and speakers who came from far off places had a comfortable stay here. So today's this session will be chaired by Dr. Professor P. Vasalaswamy. I request her to be here on the dais. I also request the speakers of the session, Dr. S.P. Shukla, Dr. Deepak Ranade, to be on the dais. The remaining two speakers of the session, Dr. Amit Chaudhary and Mr. Mohan Uttarwar, will be joining us virtually today. So Professor P. Vasalaswamy is going to chair this session. I will give a brief introduction to Dr. P. Vasalaswamy. She is Director Academics in Dr. D.Y. Patil Medical College Hospital and Research Center, Pune, India. She obtained her MBBS degree from Sri Venkateswara University, Tirupati, Andhra Pradesh in 1972. She served in Armed Forces Medical College, Pune from 1972 and retired as a professor in 2006. She has authored more than 60 publications and book chapters. She is a member of International Forum of Teachers, UNESCO Chair of Bioethics, and she will be chairing the session. I request her and welcome her to introduce other speakers. Thank you.
Honorable President, Dr. Vishwanath Kadam sir, dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries of the dais, and dear members. It's my proud privilege to introduce Mr. S.P. Shukla, who is a graduate engineer in the year 1958 and served for 42 years in the engineering field. He retired as an executive director from a well-known international consulting company in the year 1995. He then served as vice president for a reputed pharma company. He is expert in comparative study of philosophy and modern science, Sanskrit language, and a great Vedic scholar. Author of several books in English, Hindi and Marathi such as Understanding Reality Through Science and Philosophy, Vigyan and Veda or Vedanta, and Veda Antim Satyacha, etc. He is going to talk on the topic Consciousness in the Post-Quantum Era, which we are going to listen to him. I request Mr. S.P. Shukla to start his talk, please.
I trust you can hear me fairly well. Dr. Gurudev Ranade is my guru. So I chant a prayer. Bhakti Jnana Virakti Bodha Sarita Yasyannana Nisrita Shishantah Karanam Karoti Vimalam Chadhyatma Tattvaspadam Yoga Rudhamatis Samasta Jagato Bandhur Viluptai Shanaha Tattvajnana Parayanaya Guruve Ramaya Tasmai Namaha. At the outset, I thank the revered organizers, the participants, and you listeners for giving me this opportunity. The subject that has been given to me would need fairly a long discussion, but due to time constraints, I will limit myself to the broad features of various points that I want to tell you. Science is a probe in reality, really. But science studies only the world that is seen by us through our senses of perception. And somehow or other, this method may not necessarily take you to reality, because this doesn't have self in it. And the whole creation that we see is really not only the perceived world, but ourselves. And in the East, the attempt to fathom reality it actually started with, say, for example, Shvetashvatara Upanishad says, Kim Brahma kutasma jata jivamakena kvachasam pratishtha adhishtitaha kena sukhe tareshu vartamahe brahmavido vyavastham. It starts with saying that who am I? Why do I live when death is certain? What is my destination? And why do I undergo life, pleasure, happiness and misery? And they request those who know Brahman, please tell us what all this gambit is. So that's the difference. The West effort is essentially reductionist. They are realists. They believe that the world that you see or perceive is real. Why real? I will come to that little later and explain you. And why do they say that? And the approach to find out all this world, they go with the system of reductionism. Reductionism is either put it into parts and study all the parts and then try to come to whole, or you can reduce, like iron ore is reduced to iron. That is also called reduction. That means molecular biology. Genetics can be reduced to molecular biology. Molecular biology can be reduced to microbiology. Microbiology can be reduced to biology. Biology can be reduced to chemistry. Chemistry can be reduced to physics. Finally, what happens is physics becomes the mother science. And in my discussion about science, I'm going to concentrate only on mother science, physics, and two more parts of our present sciences, biogenesis and computer science or artificial intelligence. The reason is that biogenesis and artificial intelligence, they deal with consciousness. Now, let me tell you about consciousness. Unfortunately, in English, there is no equal word for Atman or Brahman. There is no equal word. We are only trying to use the word consciousness because it goes nearer to the concept of Atman. Why so? Because consciousness has a reference to conscious, unconscious, aware, unaware, those stages. But it is the Atman itself makes you conscious or unaware or unconscious. It is Atman itself makes you aware or unaware. In a marriage hall, there's so much of talk there, but if you want to listen to your friend's talk, how do you do that? Consciousness, your Atman tells you and makes you conscious only about that. That's the thing. So, unfortunately, there are many untranslatables in English. Like, for example, Shraddha. Shraddha, there is no word in English. There is only belief and faith. Anyway, so that's the background. And unfortunately, what has happened is that the West, the prerogative of science is Occidental, and the prerogative of the Adhyatma or study of Vedanta and all that is supposed to be of the Orient. So I would now, with this introduction, but what has happened is that our belief, strong belief in material realism has landed us into umpteen number of problems. Some of them is global warming, you can say pollution, you can say trading basic needs of human beings, or you can say the erosion of morality, this Atankavad, what we call it as, or even last, I would say, the how do you look at your life. It is all totally influenced by material realism. And we have really lost, we Indians have really lost the our train of which was given by our ancients. And you know, when I talked about West, I talked about East. East always looks with holism and subjectivism. West always looks with reductionism and objectivism, and East looks with really holism and subjectivism. That is the basic difference between the approach. And the mind state, or the minds of the Western mind in general, is all influenced by reductionism and realism and objectivism. And East mind, even though we are trained under British system of education, we are still basically holistic and subjective. So that's the difference that makes us look at these things differently. Now, let me take the science. Classical physics, it starts with classical physics. Classical physics ostracizes consciousness. It is already taken out. Classical physics is based on ontological principles. Space and unidirectional time are absolute and isotropic. Mass and energy can be created, cannot be created or destroyed. They are conserved. Physical phenomena are causal, continuous, deterministic, local, and local. Locality means where all the interactions and communications amongst the objects occur through fields or signals propagated at the maximum velocity of light. Classical physics assumes observation has no effect on the observed physical system, and it remains intact till the effect of actions elsewhere reaches it. Hence, the system is real. That is the basis. Now, actually, this whole classical physics got shocks after relativity and quantum mechanics, essentially. How, that I will tell you now. When you go to relativity, relativity started at 1885 with Michelson-Morley experiment, where what happened was the velocity of light was found to be not affected by velocity of the observer or the source. And that became the constant, universal constant. And based on the universal constant, Einstein developed his special theory of relativity. And later, after about 10 years, he developed the general theory of relativity. In relativity, what happens is the world, what you perceive, becomes subjective specific, observer specific. That means observer looks at whatever he looks is something which, for him, some other observer, if looks at that world, will be slightly different, except the causality, causal things. Now, what happened was, when this relativity was propounded, actually, photoelectric effect also was propounded at the same time. The point is, the idea of quantum came at that time, when Einstein was the person who called it, Planck, Einstein, these two people called it as quanta, the basic particle. Now, what happens is, with relativity, the observer gets into science from the back door, not directly, and which science so far lacked. And then what happened was, at the same time, maybe after general relativity of 1916, it so happened that people, when they went on to see the macrocosmos, because relativity mostly deals with macrocosmos. And when you deal with macrocosmos, the problems came that there is a barrier for you, which has been, perhaps Almighty has put that you can't go beyond a particle. Particle, nature of particle, what you see is a wave or a particle. If you want to look at particle as a particle, it behaves, it says, okay, I am a particle. And if you want to look at the particle as a wave, particle says, yes, I'll be a particle, wave. So, question comes in whether particle or wave is a nature that observer imposes on that thing what is there, or is it its true nature? That's the question. You know, for example, in relativity, it equates mass to energy, mc squared. You know all the people, E is equal to mc squared. Einstein tells you that mass, the space and time is together as a space-time continuum. Now, quantum mechanics, when they went on getting into the details, they came to a what called as the conjugate particles, the properties of particles. The properties of particles are such, conjugate properties essentially, momentum, position, time, energy, etc. Now what happens is quantum mechanics tells you that the energy and time are cannot be exactly measured of a particle. If you measure energy, the time span becomes bigger, and if you at a particular moment you want to measure the energy becomes infinite. So what happens is they have come to a conclusion, I at least come to a conclusion, that time and energy are mixed. So if you equate mass, space, fundamental elements, mass, space, time and energy, all become equal to each other. That means they are convertible. And that really supports our cosmology, Prithvi, Apate, Vayu, Akash, that the whole universe has come out of Akash, which is space. Now, leave that we will come later. But point is that you have landed up into, science lands you up into equating all the four, and finally what happens is, the question again comes in, whether all these MLTE are really there, or it is something which you are imposing on it. So the reality, finally, quantum mechanics says, reality is in superposition. And they also say that reality is can be represented by a quantum wave function which has infinite probabilities. And what they say is the objective world is a momentary happening, objective happening, which happens because of the collapse of the quantum wave function by an alert consciousness. So consciousness has come into science, almost opened the door, and it has come in. And they say, and you will be surprised that 13th chapter in Bhagavad Gita, I think 27th shloka, Yavat sanjayate kinchit sarvam sthavara jangamam kshetra kshetrajna sanyogat tad vidhi bharatarshava. Krishna tells you that kshetra and kshetrajna, when they come together, the whole world comes into being. And quantum mechanics tells you that the quantum wave function collapses because of the alert consciousness. So they talk about observer, and unfortunately science doesn't even today like to leave their realism. So they say that reality is a inconceivable, sort of multiple probabilities, and it's a mathematical thing. So that means it is incomprehensible, in short. Vedanta always has been telling you that the whole world is illusion, and real thing is incomprehensible. But anyway, so coming back to this later, I will come to this biogenesis. In biogenesis, what has happened is that the cell per se, how that original cell gets formed, nobody knows. Nobody knows about the live cell. And a cell constitutes of many umpteen number of reactions within it. Even replication of cell itself is a process which nobody understands why it replicates. It replicates, that's true. The whole structure of the cell and the further jivas or the live organisms which come into being is extremely complex, extremely complex. But the problem is, it is not only complexity, because complexity can be called as a syntax. Syntax means meaningless but grammatically correct sentence. But it has to become a semantic, that means it has to have a meaning. And the whole organization of cell or an organism is something which is whole. That means it is not just an addition of parts. And that what excess is there is something which is not fathomable to science. I am not saying that science should be left, no. But what happens is, this science needs another dimension. Now, let us say computer science. In the computer science, the whole science is based on your classical physics ontological principles like continuity, causality, determinism, and locality. That's how the whole computer science is based. But that means the whole continuity which comes in there is something which is logical. You follow me? The algorithm formation and all that is all logical. But logic doesn't solve this problem. Kathopanishad said, Maisa tarkena matira apanaya. If you want to go to ultimate reality, logic and your reasoning, that doesn't help you. Why it doesn't help you is it is something which leads you. It is okay for objective world. You follow me? So there also in the computer science, human intelligence cannot be imitated, because human intelligence has a capacity to seek new context when you want to explain things to others. But a computer, because it has been channeled, will not be able to get out, because intuition is essentially discontinuous, spontaneous, discontinuous. But logic is continuous. So, a computer which is based on continuity, how can it become discontinuous? So you cannot, in a computer, you cannot imbibe or put in the intuitive wisdom of a human being. That's the limitation of computer science. So, in all these areas, there is something lacking in the science. And science has landed us, as I told you, with many other problems that we are facing today. So it is a dire need today for us to give a new dimension to science. And that new dimension to science can be given only by Adhyatma. And I am convinced, as an engineer, I am a chemical engineer basically, but I am convinced that science needs a dimension. Forget about my own conviction, but Fridtjof Capra, perhaps many of you people may knowing about Fridtjof Capra. He published his book Tao of Physics in 1983. But in 1993, he took the second edition and he has given a new paradigm for new science. And there are 6 elements. I won't go into the other 6th one, but the last one also is very interesting. He says that ecological awareness is spiritual awareness. Because ecology is something which is whole life on this earth. And he says if you want to really be real to the whole science, you must make ecology, the spiritual understanding of ecology is necessary. Anyway, so my time is getting over. I would like to So what really looking at the whole thing is like this, that the dimension that you need to give to science is, as I told you, revolves around consciousness, which I told you, the consciousness has come into science from back door. Though it has opened, quantum mechanics opens full door for it, it has come. But the scientists, or the scientist world is such that they are not in a position to leave their ground of realism. So what they say, reality is still different than the observer. It is incomprehensible. It may be represented in quantum wave functions. It may be with infinite probabilities, but reality is reality. The reason, to me, it appears to be, I have read Schrödinger. Perhaps it's very interesting to know that Schrödinger, who was one of the pioneers of quantum mechanics, used to keep Sankhya and Vedanta books on his bedside table. And he has said that Aham Brahmasmi is not at all a blasphemy. That is what he has said. So scientists, my second book, which is published by National Book Trust, the 3rd book, that is, I have dedicated that to Schrödinger and Shankaracharya. Anyway, so what I wanted to say was, the scientists are nearing Vedanta, but mentally being under the influence of reductionism and realism, to leave that ground, what happens is you may land up into a situation where you may have to say that there is something like God. And they have to accept Vedanta, because ultimately Vedanta proclaims what he says, our Adi Shankaracharya says, Shlokardena pravakshami yaduktam granthakotebhi brahma satyam jagan mithya jivo brahmavanapara. And you know why jiva? So the consciousness is like a drop. We are all, our consciousness is like a drop trapped within our body. But real consciousness is, if a drop drops into sea, what happens? Will the drop exist? No. So when we die, our consciousness finally, when you overcome the cycle of birth and death, according to the Karma Vipaka Siddhanta of Vedanta, you can be a drop which merges in the sea. The consciousness is universal consciousness is like a sea, and we are all like drops. And that finally is a thing which scientists will land up into accepting. And scientists perhaps fear or mentally are not prepared to accept it. I think a day will come when perhaps I may not be alive. I'm 87, maybe I have 2-3 years, but maybe after 10 years, 15 years, the world will realize that Vedanta is the only way which will save this world from all the menace. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shukla, for giving us a very lucid talk on what is the relevance between physics and biological sciences. and how Vedanta is relevant now when we are talking about the post-quantum area. Thank you very much. I take this opportunity to welcome Honorable Chancellor of Nalanda University, Dr. Vijay Bhatkar, who has joined us. We move on to the second speaker. It's my proud privilege to introduce my colleague who is with me in Dr. D.Y. Patil Medical College, Hospital and Research Center. He is a professor and head Department of Neurosurgery at our hospital. He is a recognized guide for MCH Neurosurgery program. He did his neurosurgery program from KM Hospital, Mumbai, and is a gold medalist. He has been a prolific writer, and most of us know that he writes in Times, in Speaking Tree column in the Times of India, with more than 150 articles published so far. He is actively involved in research and is also pursuing PhD in consciousness studies. He is an avid trekker, having completed more than 15 high-altitude Himalayan treks, a passionate musician, a self-taught saxophonist and guitarist, and I am a witness to that. I have heard him playing those instruments. He has consistently upgraded his surgical expertise by doing fellowships in USA, South Korea, Switzerland, and he has performed more than 2,000 brain surgeries so far. He has more than 40 publications in leading scientific journals and is a faculty in the School of Consciousness Studies. His topic for today is Quest for Reality. Does a hard reality exist? I request Dr. Deepak Ranade to take over.
A very good morning to all the delegates, Professor Karad, Shukla sir, Dr. Vatsala Swami, Bhatkar sir, my colleague Jayant. I thank you all for the opportunity, and it's indeed a privilege to be able to host a conference on this very abstract subject, which is really very hard to try to get it into some kind of an objective approach. And my special thanks to Professor Karad, because he has shown the foresight and wisdom of starting this School of Consciousness Studies, and I do hope that in my small endeavor I'll be able to add to the pool of knowledge. Coming to the subject, beg your pardon? Loudly? Can you all hear now? Yeah, okay, yeah. So, coming to this subject, this of reality, it is a very it's a very intriguing concept, and I thought I'll just trace the origin of my efforts to understand reality, as it has been something that has been an obsession right from my childhood, which is perhaps why I took up neurosurgery. I'll go to the first slide. We can begin with trying to understand what is exactly meant by reality. The definition, as I've tried to glean from some of the books and articles that I've read, is reality is the sum or aggregate of all that is real or existent within a system, as opposed to that which is only imaginary. The term is also used to refer to the ontological status of things, indicating their existence. In physical terms, reality is the totality of a system, known and unknown. I am not getting my presentation. Yeah, changing concepts of reality. So, coming to the historical origin of how reality has been tried to be understood. We go back to the 17th century, where René Descartes was the person who first introduced this coin, termed this coin of mind-matter duality. That is, he said that mind is a separate entity and matter is a separate entity, and there is basically all the manifestation is a combination of these, the tangible matter and the intangible mind. This reality or understanding the physical world gradually, as Professor Shukla mentioned in his talk, there were when Newton's laws of motions came into existence, the reality was absolutely verifiable. You know, they could say that the eclipse was seen, it could be predicted, and it was there was a great degree of predictability because the Newton's laws of motions were absolutely irrefutable. So I could exactly know after a brief period of time, if I knew the velocity of an object, I would know where this object would be going and what would be the further course of this action. So that was one benchmark in understanding the material world. But when Einstein came into this whole equation, he redefined it, as Professor Shukla said, that there's a relativity to it. There was nothing absolute. So the reality which was till then considered as something very hard and objective and unchangeable reality, that unchangeability of the reality took a beating by Einstein when he said that it is relative to the observer. So that was one of the first knocks that our understanding of reality got when Einstein came out with his theory of relativity. And somehow Einstein, at that time around the 1905, when the photoelectric effect was first discovered by Einstein, and he was one of the pioneers in developing the quantum theory. Photoelectric effect said that the atoms were particles, and that was essentially for which he got the Nobel Prize in 1905. So he was saying that these are particles, and he was very, very, very resistant to understanding or trying to understand the gist of quantum physics, which was all along saying that there is superposition, anything can happen, there is a probability. He was very, very dismissive of the quantum physics per se. And his dismissiveness arose from the fact that, like his very famous statement went on, that God does not play dice. That unpredictability, because science is all about predictability. And when the unpredictable element was introduced by quantum physics, that was something that disturbed Einstein greatly. He said that that cannot happen. You can't say that I cannot predict, or there's a quantum superposition and anything can happen. That was not something that he was very happy with. So in fact, he presented this very famous paper, which is called as the EPR paradox. And his entire emphasis for this paper was based on the fact that he said that I will blow holes into quantum theory. I will blow holes into quantum mechanics. I will find out a system which will, like Professor Shukla has said, that one of the undeniable truths of quantum physics was that nothing travels faster than the speed of light. That is a given fundamental. It is a priori statement. So how does he said, I'm going to blow holes into it. And so he, along with Podolsky and Rosen, they wrote a very famous paper, which was called the EPR paradox. And that EPR paradox introduced a very, very, very unique and very, very abstract and almost a spooky concept of non-locality. Now, non-locality is something which is saying that when I'm talking to you here just now, there's a local effect. You're hearing what I'm saying. But non-locality means if I'm talking here and I were to tell you that some person sitting in sub-Saharan Africa is listening to what I'm saying, you will say this is impossible. It's not a local phenomenon. How can someone sitting far away there hear what I'm saying just now? I'm talking about when in the absence of telephones and televisions and all, but I was to just say that person is understanding something and hearing what I'm saying. But Einstein effectively, by using this phenomenon of entanglement, he proved this fact that the information that is passed between two entangled particles travels faster than the speed of light. That was essentially what he talked about when he spoke of entanglement. And that was something which blew again a big hole into understanding of reality, because then again it said that if reality is something which is local, something which can be understood at a local level, but there is non-locality, that means something that is happening at a spooky action at a distance, then it is absolutely unfathomable for classical physics and even for that matter quantum physics. So that started my tryst with trying to understand what this quantum physics domain was. And I was indeed blessed in the year 2019 to visit the Large Hadron Collider project. And for the benefit of all of you all, I made a small video of my, This is the video which I have actually recorded of the tunnel which is underground, which is 26 kilometers long. And you can see that this is the largest man-made machine, and it is stretching under 3 countries. And you can see that this tunnel was something when I actually had the privilege of going and visiting it. It was incredible to know what man has done. And what they are actually doing in this Large Hadron Collider, this underground tunnel, is they are accelerating protons to almost the speed of light and then smashing them into one another and trying to understand what is the constituents of not only the atom, but what is the constituents of the proton, what are the constituents of the electron. So we are going even subatomic to the point of, reductionism is taken to the hilt, absolutely. So when I actually visited this Large Hadron Collider and I tried to understand what it was all about, one question always dominated my thought, that if reductionism were to even come to some conclusion, it were to say that we come to, let's say, as Professor Shukla would be aware, that now they're talking about the string theory. They say that even the subatomic particles, like when we talk of what are called as the quarks are the ultimate smallest particles that we are working on right now, and the quarks have got, there are 6 types of quarks, top, down, up, down, top, bottom, strange and charm. So these quarks are the elements which go on to make the protons and the neutrons. So even if I were to come to understand what the quarks are made up of strings, the next question arises that what was the intelligence and what was the logic of this creation? The basic logic of creation is something that is way beyond the scope of our modern science or even quantum science for that matter. To further my understanding of this phenomenon of entanglement, the entanglement was demonstrated for the largest distance in the world, for a distance of 10 kilometers by Professor Nicholas Gisin in Geneva. And when I had driven down all the way to Geneva to meet up with Professor Nicholas Gisin, and in fact I had taken the effort to invite him for this conference, Dr. Karad, but he was unfortunately busy. But he is probably tipped to get a Nobel Prize in the coming few years for having demonstrated this entanglement at a distance of 10 kilometers. So now we come to the domain of quantum physics, where we have now started touching the metaphysics. Physics has now mutated to metaphysics in the form of quantum physics. And if one were to assume that quantum physics is going to give me answers to the questions that I have, let's listen for 3 minutes to one of the legendary personalities in physics who was given the Nobel Prize in Physics in the year 2020, Sir Roger Penrose. Give a hearing to what he has to say on this, a small video. Volume? I think the volume is not there. All right, I'll give you the gist of what Sir Roger Penrose has to say in this small video. He says that if quantum physics is true, which he believes and for which he was awarded a Nobel Prize also for one of his theories, he talks about the measurement. And he says that quantum physics can say that, okay, it can at the most say that there's a probability of something happening. We are talking of a probability. And the measurement, so like Dr. Shukla was telling us, that everything is a state of quantum superposition. It's when I try to measure something, it is only when I'm measuring something that the atom or the proton or the electron will be measurable. Otherwise, it's remaining in a state of a waveform. It assumes a particle form when a conscious observer is looking at it, which is something very hard for classical science to understand. But trust me, there are a lot of videos which you can have a look at, and you will realize that when all the modern exponents of quantum physics are at a loss of words to explain reality and try to understand reality, even using the very advanced cutting edge of quantum physics. So, I will now divert a little to my experience of reality. This is a video of one of the surgeries that I had done, and as you can see in this video, I am clipping an aneurysm of the brain, which is an artery which has got a bubble-like, that small bubble-like structure that you are seeing, and I'm putting a clip at the base of that aneurysm. And this aneurysm, if it is not clipped, it can rupture and it can cause the patient to bleed to death. The reason for showing you this particular video clip was that when I am operating, there are moments when I am actually in the process of doing the surgery, and the entire circuit of seeing what I am seeing, my brain assimilating what I am seeing, then giving instructions to my brain to do what has to be done next. This whole sequence takes a lot of time. But trust me when I'm telling this to you, that when I'm actually doing neurosurgery, at certain points, I lose my identity. And I just don't know what is it that tells me to do the next step. And for me, that point is the reality that I'm living in, where I cease to exist as Deepak Ranade. My fears go, my anxieties go, and what remains is just the action, the purity of that action when I'm doing that surgery. And that to me is a glimpse of God. That is a glimpse of God, because it is an experience. So I thought I'll share this video with you all. Now coming to the last part of my talk, because this can go for a long time. My quest for finding out the reality, eventually by a twerk of fate, you might call it, I happened to come across a book which was, the foreword of which was written in English. And that book was called Unito Mystica. It was a commentary written by a very learned person on his interpretation of the Sangdev Pasashti, which is an absolutely incredible work of literature by Sant Jnaneshwar. And after I read that introduction, I was very curious to have a glimpse of that book, because I didn't have the book, I just had a prologue of that book. And as a quirk of destiny would be, I managed to lay my hands on that book. And trust me, I've got 5 minutes more. And trust me, my dear friends, that book, and it is actually a book which is comprised of 65 verses written by Sant Jnaneshwar, addressed to Sangdev Rishi, who was one of the most advanced yogis and a Siddha Purush in his own right. And he was very curious to know what is reality, because he was having Siddhi. Siddhi is a blessing and a power by which he could even make a dead man alive. He was that powerful, that omnipotent. But he still did not know what the ultimate truth was. So he was very curious, and he approached this quartet, that is of Sant Jnaneshwar, Muktabai, Nivruttinath and Sopan. And he asked them, he surrendered himself and said that please let me know the ultimate truth. And Sant Jnaneshwar, without even having to meet him, told him that okay, I know what your query is. And he wrote 65 verses which were addressed to Sangdev, and hence it is called as Sangdev Pasashti. And my dear friends, I would like to be very proud and show you that the OV, or that is the shloka it is called as, I'll just read it out to you. Drishya jedhava nahi, tithava drishti घेऊनी ase kai, ani deshavina kahi drishtatva ase. Now this is the shlok. Now this, if it were to be looked upon as just a shlok by a saint, it would not have the purport of science to it. But see that interpretation of this shloka. It is interpreted in this manner: observer and observed cannot exist without each other. Then nothing will exist. For the qualitative world of form, color, taste, etc., which we experience in the result of interaction between the observer and the observed, light as such has no property of its own. It is the interaction of the electromagnetic waves with the waves emitted by the observer which give it the property of light. Without us, light will not exist, and furthermore that without light, we will not exist. It is the interaction which give properties to the so-called object, and it is the same interactions which give us a sense of being. Without these interactions, neither objects will be there, neither the sense of our being will be there. So you can understand that if I try to interpret the Sangdev Pasashti, which is actually a shlok, and I interpret it in a manner which he is trying to get across to us, we will probably have a reviewing our understanding of reality in the post-quantum era and a post-Jnaneshwar era in which we are lucky to be born. This is just one of the shloka. I'll share the next one with you, which is equally fascinating. The other shlok is Taisena Vachata Bheda Samvitti Game Tridha Hechi Jane Prasiddha Upapatti Haya. Thus, the holistic essence appears triangularly without disturbing its holistic nature. The essence appears as a seer seen and seeing, as he pulsates with his existential inspiration, which is I amness. He pulsates, I am, and this pulsation makes the essence appear triangular as the self, the object, and the seeing. the differential potential which keeps the two poles, that is the subject and the object, bound to each other. Thus, though in appearance it seems triangular, it is one continuum essence. This is Sant Jnaneshwar in one of the shlokas that he's mentioned, which I think is superlative. It transcends quantum physics, it transcends almost everything. It is a direct pointer to the reality. It is just saying that the whole universe is a projection on the screen of my consciousnness. And that is what we probably might be coming to the conclusion of saying that Aham Brahmasmi. I'd like to go to I think there were two more slides which I wanted to add. The last essence which I wanted to add about our Indian philosophical systems, which differs, there's a great departure from our philosophical systems to the Western philosophical systems, is the mention of Sat Chit Ananda. Sat is eternal, Chit is consciousness. But the third most integral part, which Professor Bhatkar and me, we have always tried to decipher in our own way, is the bhav, the emotion, the joy of it all. If we keep this restriction only to understanding consciousness, the Western world will travel down the path of something which is very dry, which is very arid, which is just logic-based, which is cause-effect based. But our Indian philosophical system talks of this totipotent unmanifest state of awareness, which I would call as Brahma, which is not just conscious, but it is also all the time eternally in a state of bliss. And I think until and unless we can incorporate this bhav and this ananda into our understanding of the ultimate truth, it will be an exercise in futility. I thank you all for a patient listening. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ranade. You have taken us from Newton to entanglement of Einstein, and then we ended with really, it was a very nice, I think I must say that we ended with the postulation of Sant Jnaneshwar and the 65 verses of Jnaneshwar being in Chandev Pashashti. I think it is a very thank you, Dr. Ranade. Detailed one. You have taken us from Newton to entanglement of Einstein, and then we ended with really, it was a very nice, I think I must say that we ended with the postulation of Sant Jnaneshwar and the 65. I think it is a very thank you very much, Dr. Deepak Ranade. I think we'll move on to the next speaker. We are on a blended mode today. The next speaker is on a virtual mode online, Dr. Amit Chowdhury. He is currently a postdoctoral fellow in neurocritical care at the University of California with research interests in non-invasive ICP monitoring and minimally invasive stroke aneurysm treatments. He has completed his neurology residency program from University of California, Irvine, USA in the year 2022, that is recently. He has done his preliminary internal medicine residency program in 2019 from University of California, San Francisco. Dr. Chowdhury has completed Doctor of Medicine, MD, PhD in 2018 from Rutgers, New Jersey Medical School, USA. He will be speaking today on the topic, what is between life and death? So let's listen to him. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me today. And it's just such an honor to be here with so many distinguished people. I think a lot of people spoke on physics, so I am a neurosurgeon, neuroscientist at heart, and my field of interest is biology. I think with biology, you can understand what it means to be human, what it means to have a consciousness. So I just want to start by saying thank you so much for inviting me to this First World Conference on Consciousness. You know, I recently came in contact with Dr. Cole and Ashish Patil and some other people whose interactions over email inspired me to continue my investigations on the relationship between medical neuroscience and Indian philosophy. And it is an honor today to be here in front of you for a shortened version of my talk on what's between life and death. So, not working properly. So this is my little family. And if you look closely, you will see an ultrasound of a really small, tiny human, the size of a walnut, who will be joining us very soon. I can't wait to see her. She's not even born yet, and she's already the most important little being in both of our lives. But even in that presence of so much anticipation and so much love, I know that one day my family will no longer be here. I will be dead. My wife will die. Even my unborn daughter one day will die. You know, the most fascinating thing about us as human beings is our knowledge that everything must come to an end, but our ignorance in believing that that death will affect everyone else except for me. We build homes for our children, we build restaurants, we build theme parks and iPhones, we build arts and cultures and governments and societies. We build our legacy, even though none of us will be around to see it. Because in the end, we all die. We spend a lot of time thinking about our life and our legacy, but have you thought about how you will die? It is estimated that in a developed country, 85% of people will die in an ICU bed. 85% of the millions and millions of people will die looking like this. And this is where I thrive. You know, I like to say that there is life, there is death, and then there is our neurocritical care unit. When someone is sick, I mean, really, really sick, I get a call from the ED, the emergency room. Within minutes, our whole team is starting IVs, putting catheters, getting EKGs, getting CT scans, starting medications, and on and on and on. Every single machine you see here, every single screen, every single line is doing something vital, something that your body just naturally does without even thinking to keep you alive. It's like putting together a symphony between life and death. Now, sometimes we are successful and we celebrate wholeheartedly as our patients walk out of the neuro ICU. And sometimes we hold the hands of families and we cry with them as their loved ones pass on to the next world. But it's what happens in between that time that is the most exciting. Coma is fascinating. The word was translated into modern Latin in the 17th century from the Greek word coma, meaning deep sleep. Some people, because of some illness, go into a coma. Sometimes we put normal, healthy people into a coma for surgeries or other interventions. We do all this so routinely that we occasionally forget the miracle of what we are doing. We are literally putting people in a state of non-existence, a state between life and death. When people wake up, if you ask them what happens in that state, many people just don't remember. They say it's just like deep sleep. But some people say that they felt confused. Some say they saw visions. Some hear voices. Some become aware of their own existence. One person I know, Hal Zena Bennett, she's a best-selling author of over 30 books featured in the New York Times and other places. She describes her experience into coma like this. The coma carried me into a world where time and space seemed to vanish. It was a dreamlike existence where people, places, and situations shifted as quickly as thoughts. I had a profound sense of being at a crossroads, a turning point somewhere between life and death. Now, this is the latest and greatest in medical technology, the functional magnetic resonance imaging scan, or the fMRI. This fMRI machine is able to measure your thoughts in real time as you are thinking them. On the right, you see the fully conscious state. Red is areas of high activity where thousands of gigabytes of information are processed by your neurons at an alarming speed of 1 billion calculations per second. It would take the world's fastest supercomputer known today over 40 minutes to do the same amount of work the brain does in 1 second. In the middle, you see the minimally conscious state. All the red areas of high activity are gone, and the brain appears mostly green. This is in deep sleep or under anesthesia or drugs or other states when you are not fully conscious, like meditation, for example. And then there is the vegetative state. The vegetative state is a medical term for persistent coma. People who have spent months or even years of their life in a coma have this pattern of activity. There's barely anything. There's barely any activity, but there is something there. You are experiencing something. You're not dead. So what is happening in this state? In this state between life and death? Today, go to any bookstore and you'll find a sizable collection on near-death experiences, or NDEs. Curiously, almost every person who undergoes these experiences and comes back alive describes some form of floating and white light. Why is this experience similar? Regardless of your religion, or whether you believe in God, or reincarnation, or science, everyone seems to start out with this same experience. Why? This used to be the realm of philosophy and psychology, but with new advances in medicine, questions like what's between life and death are now making their way into prominent peer-reviewed journals. In the last 20 years alone, there have been more than 674,000 scientific publications on what happens between life and death. And we are closer than ever to answering this question. And with it, to answering all the related questions about spirits, heaven, hell, reincarnation, and yes, even about God. So I'd be happy to talk to you about what we have discovered so far, but I was only given 15 minutes. Suffice it to say that we still don't exactly know what's between life and death. But I hope I've convinced you of one thing, that there is most definitely something there. But why waste your time thinking about this? Why this question of consciousness? Why this struggle? Why this legacy? Because in it, there is a potential to unlock the answers to our deepest questions of who we are, where we belong, and why we are here. I see the potential in this investigation to free ourselves from our biological bodies, bodies like the one my daughter will soon be born with, bodies that start out like miraculous machines, but will inevitably move towards failure and death. By understanding what happens between life and death, I see the potential to free ourselves from the endless cycle of going through both of them over and over again. It's the end of karma, the end of ignorance, a true liberation. I see in this work the potential to end all human suffering forever. Thousands of years ago, Gautama Buddha laid down his first noble truth. There he said that there is suffering. But he also said there is a way out of suffering, permanently, forever. In deep meditation, the Buddha quieted his brain activity to a point where he actually found the way out. What did he see? What did he feel? What was in that state between life and death that inspired him to change the whole world? I believe that we can find out. The question is how, but that's a small question. It's a question we're already beginning to answer together. And if you're interested, I encourage you to join us. Email me, I'm happy to collaborate. Because in the end, whether reality exists or not, as some of the speakers have said today, whether physics is right, whether Vedanta is right, whether there's quantum mechanics or light, it doesn't matter, because your experience is your experience. Can we experience the infinite? I'm not here to give a esoteric talk about whether God exists or reality exists. I want to know, can I experience the infinite? Can I experience God as so many before me have said that they have done? And so I invite you to join us scientifically, join us with philosophy, join us in any way to find out and experience what it means to truly be alive and be free from the cycles of birth and death and reincarnation, and be free forever. And so with that, I really want to thank you for having me, and I look forward to your questions and your discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Chowdhury, for explaining so well as to what is the point that you must remember when you are talking about the actual points that you need to think between life and death. This is a question that keeps on haunting us, what is there between life and death. So that was lucidly explained by you. Thank you very much. We move on to the last speaker for today's morning session, and that is also online, and that is by Mr. Mohan Uttarwar, who is the co-founder and CEO of One Cell Diagnostics Inc., a precision oncology company. He is also co-founder of a Silicon Valley-based healthcare informatics company. He is a serial entrepreneur with over 30 years of experience. He is an angel investor and serves on the BOD of Helmix Health, a very innovative point-of-care malaria and sickle cell diagnostics company. Mohan Uttarwar holds a master's degree in computer science from the Florida Institute of Technology, a master's degree in electrical engineering from Mumbai University. Mr. Uttarwar is going to talk on impact of artificial intelligence and machine learning on human consciousness. Over to Mr. Mohan Uttarwar.
Thank you very much. Am I audible? Can you hear me? Thank you very much. I really appreciate, and I'm humbled by the opportunity to speak amongst such accomplished speakers. So I'm not sure I'm qualified. And I do applaud Dr. Karad as well as Dr. Vijay Bhatkar for the vision to organize such an innovative and a novel and a unique conference. I also want to thank Dr. Deepak Ranade as well as Dr. Jen Kandare for giving me an opportunity, but actually showing me the path beyond the science, beyond the technology, into the spirituality. And I cannot forget the little time that he took me to up the hill on the cave, where for the first time, it was a revelation for me to see Einstein, the statue of Einstein and Naneshwar. So it's actually very, very, humbled by this opportunity. We're going to talk about a very complex topic. How does AI impact human consciousness? It's very broad, it's complex, and also it's quite subjectivity. So what I thought I will do is share my own personal experience and share some 3 real-world concrete examples of how we've been able to use AI and ML to impact, in a tiny little world that we've been operating in. But that is an example that can scale up and be able to, do that. To set that up, though, I might share a little, set the context, share a little bit of our journey, and bit of what we do, and then I'll share those examples. And so, obviously some of this, is to set the context. But the journey has been very inspiring for me, from a little village which had absolutely no technology to be able to now settle in Silicon Valley. And now, at the age and stage in our lives, we want to go back to where we came from, and one of the things that we really were moved by is this total cancer disease burden in a place like India, where almost every minute one person dies. And very limited number of resources, 2,400 oncologists.
Mohan, just 1 minute, can I interrupt you? Can you just start your slideshow on your screen so that we can see all the slides properly?
Oh, okay, sure,
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
Okay, can you see me now? Can you see it?
Thanks, yeah, we can see now, yeah.
Okay, all right. So I mean, where we are, we know, that something has to be done. And so, we really, thanks to again, Jayant, for bringing some beautiful science and the technology together, to really make an impact. Cancer is complex, one doesn't fit all. And so again, this is where AI and ML is implemented. And the new cutting edge science of liquid biopsy with single cell multi-omics will transform the field. And the other important aspect is really our methodology, what we call Factor 5 design, to make innovation for affordability work, so that we can give better care. And our mission is to be able to create these new breakthrough solutions and impact at least 1 million cancer patients and make a societal impact. With Dr. Bhatkar sitting in the audience, I don't think I need to do this, but just to dumb it down, the AI aspect, and particularly machine learning, which is a subset, which has the self-learning, whether unsupervised or supervised learning, right? So, just to set the stage for, what is AI, how does it impact, and being particularly with the machine learning that has transformed this field quite significantly. Now, where we are applying is basically helping the next generation of digitization, transforming what we call data into insights. And, our whole philosophy is to really help, the providers make critical decisions at the point of care where it is needed, at their fingertips. And it's augmentation versus replacement. And this is the big debate. Is AI going to replace the oncologist? Is AI going to replace the surgeons? I think, we think of that as augmentation. An AI-assisted surgeon, AI-assisted oncologist would outperform, their counterparts who don't use them. Okay, and the whole idea here was transforming this field the old way. You diagnose, you treat, and you hope for a cure, to basically a new way where you screen, you predict, and you prevent. It's that prediction that plays significant role in AI. And early detection, we know every stage of cancer, 10 times more complex. And with the things that's going on with the, efficiency as well as the cost reduction, I think certainly we are able to see the results, unprecedented speed, COVID-19 vaccine that they never, had, and that's why, making it faster, cheaper, better, particularly that stuff. And, we believe that, cancer will become a chronic disease and it will be, step done. I wouldn't, in this audience, be able to do that, but, my understanding is very limited. And what I feel, though, is it's really, what I feel and what I feel about myself and about the world around me. And it's very individual. It's unique in thoughts, memories, feelings, etc. Right? And so that, and it's continuously changing. It is contextual, right? And so that being the case, consciousness, can really be impacted, by the information provided to you, in order to be able to make the decisions, and much more than I can explain. Right. So what we, feel very, very strongly is that if AI is that transforming agent that gives you easy access to information that will influence and will impact the consciousness. Okay. And, impact is obviously there. AI can dramatically improve the efficiencies. We know that, particularly the repetitive tasks that are boring, etc., can be automated. And hopefully that will free up the people to do better things that are, more humane in nature. Right. So obviously there's the other side of it is that if everything is automated, are we going to lose job? Is it going to create unemployment? So on and so forth, right? And so is the AI going to be conscious? I think Dr. Bhatkar used a very beautiful word. It's not AI, it's AEI. And I think I believe that, it will happen, but not right away. Right. So right now, what we think where the state of affairs is the ability of AI to bring relevant information at the fingertips. And because the human consciousness is contextual, it is dynamic, AI can influence it significantly. That's our goal. So with that, let me give you 3 concrete examples, and they are very personal in nature. This is something we have done, and we have seen, the results. Okay. We live in the world of oncologists, super smart people, quite conscious, with all good conscience. They want to treat the patients right. They want to treat it cost effectively, increase the speed of care, reduce the cost of care, improve the quality of care, and make basically the healthcare faster, cheaper, better. Okay, people are in general pretty good, but it's a Herculean task. Limited time, limited resources, very limited information at their hands, and, in addition to that, so that's how they develop some personal biases, educational bias, experiential bias, as well as the financial bias. It's human nature. Now, that's the context. A lot of very smart people, very squeezed for time, trying to make critical clinical decisions, with a very limited resources given to them. And oftentimes, they have to decide even without their, full agreement or the full consciousness. One such example is, advanced tests. There is a Advanced Cancer Test Foundation 1, it is called. The samples are sent to US. It costs about 3 lakhs. Or the liquid biopsy test, Garden, which costs about 4 lakhs, and it takes about 4 to 6 weeks. It's very expensive. India is a very interesting country. There is a taker for every segment. It doesn't matter. Even with that high cost, they can. Now, the results come after 4 or 5 weeks. And unfortunately, the results are non-conclusive. It's a 40-page report. The top page doesn't show you anything conclusive. And then what happens is the patients have the expectation. I've spent the money, waited for 5 weeks. It's going to give me something, right? And it's going to tell what to do, how to do, and so on and so forth. Well, guess what? It's non-conclusive. But, do nothing is not an option. For patient satisfaction, so usual practice is they'll give some low-dose chemo prescribed, knowing fully well that it's not going to be very effective. So, for the human conscious mind, it's not a good idea, but they're forced to do because do nothing is really not an option. So how does AI help in this particular case? That same report, we take that data, apply AI ML analytical model, do some deep analysis, find some specific signals, and provide much better insights and a personalized treatment recommendations, based on that. It is fast, it is cost effective, it's efficient, and it provides, the oncologist higher degree of confidence and a much better thing for the patient, as well as improve the outcomes. Obviously, this has a direct impact on the consciousness of the practitioner. This is just one example. It happens all the time. Okay, and here we have developed this, in order to really make an impact clinically, but the side effect of that is actually it impacts, the consciousness. I'll give you a second example, near and dear to me, because several of my relatives went through this, and which is actually a need for what they call the neoadjuvant chemotherapy prescription. It's common practice, that post, the intervention, there's a sort of the chemotherapy is prescribed, sometimes knowing fully well that it doesn't work all the time. It works, less number of time. It adds cost, it adds more pain to the doctor, and without really good results. Now, there is obviously a conflict of interest. Subconsciously, they're not happy that they have to do this. It's a standard practice, so it gets by saying it's a standard practice. But you don't feel good about it. So what we have done, again, using AI and ML, a very deep analytics and a predictive modeling, liquid biopsy-based test with a very clear, actionable results that boost the confidence of the doctors, that gives very clear-cut guidance, actionable results, and has a direct impact, on the conscious minds of the doctors. Not everybody follows this, but I think this is where, again, a very good example of how AI and ML will help bring information at the fingertips for the doctors, which will make, better decisions, and, will have an impact, on the conscious. The third example is actually quite interesting. And it's about an overutilization dilemma. Many a times, and as I said, cancer is complex. The advanced tests are expensive, and it's always very delayed. Advanced genomic tests takes anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks, costs anywhere from $4,000 to $6,000. One such example is ovarian cancer, with HRD as a biomarker. Again, quite expensive, takes a long time. And during this time, what do? Again, do nothing is really not an option. So the prescription for something, that medication is given. It might be playing with the patient psyche sometimes, but oftentimes, it has sort of a repetition effects, and consciously doesn't feel good. Overutilization, conflict of interest, it's always there. Subconscious mind questionable, right? So we've developed an AI-based imaging techniques that in a fraction of a time and a fraction of a cost gives oncologist, gives the pathologist, a beautiful, sort of a result that will help them make clinical critical decisions then and there. What costs $4,000 to $6,000, we are, talking about, 1/100th of the cost, and it takes about a day or two. So again, the third example where this could be very transformative in terms of how AI will help decision-making at the point of care. And, the people who are sort of doing this makeshift arrangements because of the current resources and the stuff that is available to them will have a very positive impact, in consciousness and that sort of stuff. So we are very excited. We obviously, it is business, but I think it's beyond business. This is really an example. What I thought was very concrete in terms of what we are doing to have AI and ML make a direct impact, on the consciousness. And this can scale up. I can give you examples of, many other areas within the healthcare systems as well as beyond. Okay. So in summary, I think it's very obvious that AI dramatically improves the efficiencies, so that the people can do better things, more involved creativity and empathy. The healthcare particularly needs that empathy, very important. And then we've We can't do, mechanical robots can't be good healthcare worker because of that aspect. And AI will give them the additional time required, to attend that way. I think this is again a debate. We believe AI will augment human, not replace them, at least in the near future. This whole enablement of the transformation from data to information to knowledge and insight, I think it's happening in the unprecedented manner. And human consciousness being contextual and dynamic, AI can have a significant influence and hopefully positive influence on it. I think AI consciousness is possible. I think Dr. Bhatkar, brought this beautiful AEI concept. I think it will happen, no question about that. I think the self-consciousness and self-reality will converge, amalgamate, and integrate. And science and spirituality will converge. And the dream of Dr. Karad will come true. That's my speculation and hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mohan Uttarwar. It was really nice because these are the days of artificial. All of us are thinking about artificial intelligence, deep learning, machine learning. You have brought out in a very clear and detailed manner as to how best this can be used and in respect to consciousness. Thank you very much. I take this opportunity to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to chair this session. We are concluding the first session, morning session, and thank you very much. I thank once again all of you.
Thanks to all the speakers for their enlightening talks this morning, and also thanks to Professor P. Vatsalaswamy for chairing this session. So before we disperse, we would like to felicitate all the speakers of this session and our chairperson by Professor Vishwanath D. Karad sir, and our virtual speakers, Mr. Mohan Uttarwar and Dr. Chaudhary, if they are still online. So their mementos will be with us, and we will share them with them when we meet personally. Thank you. Sir Vishwanath D. Karad sir, please felicitate Dr. S.P. Shukla. नहीं आपका नहीं एक मिनट नहीं ऐसा नहीं डॉक्टर दीपक रलाड़े डॉक्टर पी वत्सलास्वामी So we will be now having a quick tea break because we have tightly packed sessions, and we will be gathering again sharp at 12:05. Thank you. So our session 5 is starting now, and it will be chaired by Mr. Girish Atre. Mr. Girish Atre is Director, Srujan Foods Private Limited, that manufactures biscuits for Parle-G. He is MBA from Pune University. On the spiritual side, he has taken Diksha from Sri Gurudev, Sri Srinivasji Shamrao Katkar, in Sri Vidya Akhand Mahayoga. So I request Mr. Atre to chair this session.
Honorable founders, chief guests, honorable speakers, I think this is the longest session we are going to have. We are going to have 7 speakers, out of them 1 is online. But by far this is going to be a longest session. To begin this session, I take inspiration from Dr. Karad sir, Dr. Bhatkar sir, my teacher Dr. Shukla sir, Deepak Ranade sir. Trying to make it a bit live and interactive, I would like to ask a simple question. Everybody knows the speed of light. Everybody knows. Anyone can answer what is the speed of light? 3 lakh kilometers per second. Fine. With that speed, light takes about 8 minutes to travel to the sun. That makes it 15 crore kilometers distance from Earth to the sun. That's fine. Accepted. Imagine light. See, Dr. Bhatkar sir was mentioning yesterday that imagination is one of the greatest faculties of human mind. Imagine light traveling at the speed of 3 lakh kilometers per second for 4 years, 4.3 years, and we reach another star. That is the nearest star to our sun. Okay, so this is one imagination we are making. Now make another imagination of a chain smoker. If we impart this knowledge that there are stars light years away to a chain smoker, is he going to leave his chain smoking? What is your answer? Yes or no? No. So what is the day-to-day relevance of that knowledge of stars being light years away to our day-to-day life? And today, we have pushed God or consciousness to light years away. And that is what Dr. Sanjay Upadhyay is going to address us, consciousness and the common man. I am pleased to introduce Dr. Sanjay Upadhyay. Dr. Sanjay Upadhyay is a motivational speaker, one-act performer, column writer for Marathi newspapers. He's a script writer and a lyricist. In fact, I ran a music company some years ago, and I had published one of his albums written by him. He has done his PhD on biography of Swatantra Veer Vinayak Damodar Savarkar. Dr. Upadhyay had a long service career of 16 years with Canara Bank. He has acted in Kannada, Hindi, and Marathi theatre. He has also given daily lectures on Gita on ETV and Prabhat channel. Worked as an executive director for MICE MIT Group of Institutions, Pune, India. Dr. Upadhyay, as I mentioned earlier, is going to talk today on the topic consciousness and common man. Welcome, Dr. Upadhyay.
नमस्कार। सामने घड़ी लगी हुई है, 15 मिनट का समय है मेरे पास। आप सब लोगों ने चाय का आस्वाद ले लिया बिस्किट के साथ में? गुड। नाउ यू आर फिट टू डिस्कस फिलॉसफी। जब तक पेट भरा हुआ नहीं रहेगा फिलॉसफी हम बात नहीं कर सकते। आदरणीय मंच और उपस्थित विद्वत जन, कल से देख रहा हूँ सबके चेहरे जो हैं, फेसेस जो हैं, दे आर वेरी intellectually influenced faces and vertical faces. So let us have some smile on our face first. And then only you can put your faces on Facebook. दरवाजे की बेल बजी और पति ने दरवाजा खोला। बाहर पड़ोसन खड़ी थी। पड़ोसन ने पूछा भाभी जी हैं? तो पति ने कहा भाभी जी हैं, चार्जिंग पे हैं। तो पड़ोसन ने पूछा मतलब क्या है? अरे वो अपनी माँ के साथ बात कर रही है। मुझे पत्नी जब माँ के साथ बात करती है तो चाय जब होती है, तो आज सुबह ही मैंने ये जोक सुना। मेरे घर में एक रूल है, मैं, मेरी पत्नी और मेरी बच्ची, हम हर रोज़ सुबह एक जोक बोलते हैं एक दूसरे को, सुबह जागने के बाद, जो कल शाम को ढूंढ के रखना है और दूसरे दिन सुबह बोलना है। अगर जोक अच्छा हो तो जोक पे हंसो, नहीं तो जिसने जोक बताया उस पे हंसो। ब्रश किया है कि नहीं वो भी मालूम होता है, लेकिन दिन की शुरुआत हंसकर होती है। एंड स्माइल इज द शॉर्टेस्ट डिस्टेंस बिटवीन टू पीपल। सबकॉन्शियस माइंड में जाने के लिए दो ही ह्यूमन एक्सप्रेशंस है, वो है एक रोना और दूसरा है हंसना। और इफ यू वांट टू ट्रेन ह्यूमन माइंड, द ह्यूमन माइंड हैज टू बी इन द स्टेट ऑफ सबकॉन्शियस। कॉन्शियस जो है उसको ट्रेनिंग नहीं दे सकते आप, अनकॉन्शियस का तो सवाल ही नहीं उठता। इसलिए महाभारत में भी भगवान श्री कृष्ण ने उस दिन तक राह देखी जब अर्जुन उसके सामने आके रोया। नहीं तो उनकी मुलाकात कई बार हुई है महाभारत में पहले भी, लेकिन ऐसे कई संदर्भ नहीं है कि भगवान श्री कृष्ण ने कहा अर्जुन से आज शाम को आ जाओ महल में, तुम्हें भगवत गीता कहनी है। ऐसा नहीं हुआ। वो जो क्षण है, विषाद का जो क्षण है, वो विकास की तरफ ले गया। रोने का जो क्षण है वो लड़ने की तरफ ले गया। तो ये जो सबकॉन्शियस स्टांस है वो पाने के लिए हंसना आवश्यक है, क्योंकि मैं जब पैदा हुआ तब मैं रो रहा था और बाकी सब हंस रहे थे। ये जो स्थिति है, तो मैंने पहले विटनेस क्या किया? तो मैंने हंसना विटनेस किया। मैं क्या कर रहा था मुझे पता नहीं। और मुझे ऐसे लगता है कि जहाँ तक हमारा, अगर ये टॉपिक है या कोई भी फिलॉसफी का टॉपिक ले लो, हम गंभीर होते जा रहे हैं, और जितना गंभीर हो रहे हैं उतने हम कॉमन मैन से दूर होते जा रहे हैं। फिर क्या हो जाता है, ये एक टारगेटेड ऑडियंस का विचार है, उनका एक एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलर एक्टिविटी है जहाँ पे इस तरह की बातें कही जाती है और बड़े बड़े मुंह लटका के सब लोग बैठे हैं और एक दूसरे का इंटेलेक्चुअल स्टांस सुन रहे हैं। लेकिन ये नीचे जाना चाहिए। संत ज्ञानेश्वर एक ही ऐसे संत है जिन्होंने अतीन्द्रिय परि भोग विन इंद्रियान करवी ऐसे कहा है। जो अगोचर है उसको मैं गोचर करके दिखाऊंगा, और वो भी भाषा के माध्यम से। तो मेरा प्रयास ये है कि जहाँ तक कॉमन मैन की तरफ जाने का ख्याल है, मुझे ऐसे लगता है मैं कोशिश करने की आपके सामने एक ज़रूरत कर रहा हूँ कि आप सब कल से इतने इंटेलेक्चुअली हाई बोल रहे हैं, उसके सामने मैं जो बोल रहा हूँ वो वैसे कॉमन मैन को आसान करना है। इस टॉपिक में मनुष्य के शरीर में दो बुद्धि है, एक बुद्धि है मेधा और दूसरी बुद्धि है प्रज्ञा। मेधा जो है वो वी कैन कॉल इट एज ए इंस्टिंक्टिव इंटेलिजेंस, जो बाय नेचर है। पैदा होने के बाद वो इंटेलिजेंस साथ में ही है, नए जन्म लिए हुए बच्चे को सिखाना नहीं पड़ता कि दूध कैसे पीना है वो, लेकिन माँ को सिखाना पड़ता है बच्चे को कैसे फीड करना है। डॉक्टर्स को सिखाना पड़ता है, जो अभी अभी औरत जिसने डिलीवरी की है उसको बच्चे को दूध कैसे पिलाया जाए सिखाना पड़ता है, लेकिन बच्चे को नहीं सिखाया जाएगा क्योंकि उसको वो बाय डिफ़ॉल्ट नेचर के साथ उसको वो स्किल आ गया है। तो ये जो चतुष्टय कहा है इस चीज़ों को, आहार, निद्रा, भय और मैथुन, ये मेधा है, इससे इंस्टिंक्टिव इंटेलिजेंस। अगर कॉन्शियसनेस समझना है तो आपको पहले इंटेलेक्चुअल इंटेलिजेंस को शून्य पे लाना होगा। जब तक आप इंटेलेक्चुअल इंटेलिजेंस जिंदा रखे, फ्रॉम माई पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू, ऐसे जिस क्षण कहोगे उस क्षण आप कॉन्शियसनेस से दूर चले गए। यू कैनॉट रीच कॉन्शियसनेस द मोमेंट यू स्टार्ट सेइंग इन माई ओपिनियन। वो माय आ गया तो गड़बड़ हो गई। संत ज्ञानेश्वर जी कहते हैं, मी माझे ऐसी आठवण विसरले जयाचे अंतःकरण, पार्था तो सन्यासी जाण निरंतर। वो सन्यासी है जिसको सब कॉन्शियसनेस क्या है, कॉन्शियसनेस क्या है, ये मालूम हुआ है। और इसलिए एक्सप्लेनेशन जो है वो भगवद गीता में 700 श्लोक हैं, उसका एक्सप्लेनेशन 9000 से भी ऊपर ज़्यादा वर्सेस होती है, क्योंकि सुनने वालों में हाउस वाइफ भी बैठी है तो उसको भी समझाया जाता है। स्थितप्रज्ञ कोण आहे हे ऐकणाऱ्यांमध्ये बसलेल्या गृहिणीला सुद्धा समजावता येईल अशी भूमिका ज्ञानेश्वरांनी घेतली। म्हणून आज 730 सालों के बाद भी उस ग्रंथ को सर पे लेके लाखों लोग पंढरपुर जाते हैं। हमारे परिषदों में ये नहीं हो रहा है। हमारे परिषदों में ये होना चाहिए कि जो वक्ता है वो वक्ता इन विषयों को कितना आसान कर पाएगा उतना आम आदमी के पास पहुंच जाएगा। और इसलिए जो जन्म के साथ इंटेलिजेंस आया है वहाँ जाना है तो हमें अपना ओपिनियन बाजू में रखना होगा। मैं अंग्रेजी में पन करता हूँ, बाय सिंटैक्स रूल्स इट इज़ नॉट गुड, बट मैं अक्सर कहता हूँ कि डी वोट करो खुद को, तभी कॉन्शियसनेस क्या है मालूम होगा। अनलेस एंड अनटिल यू डी वोट योरसेल्फ, ऐसा मैं पन करता हूँ। वोट का मतलब है मेरा ओपिनियन, मैंने डी वोट कर दिया, मुझे मेरा मत है ही नहीं। ये भगवान के चरणों में गया, ये गुरु के चरणों में गया, अब मुझे मेरा मत नहीं है, दैट इज़ आई हैव डिवोटेड माई सेल्फ। ये कहेगा वही बात होगी। उसी क्षण आप आपके ओरिजिनल ताकत में आ जाओगे। जो नेचुरल इंटेलिजेंस है, इंस्टिंक्टिव इंटेलिजेंस है, वो तभी बाहर आएगा। कृष्ण यही कह रहा है। कॉन्शियसनेस का मतलब यही है, आपका जो ओरिजिनल इंटेलिजेंस है, विदाउट इंटेलेक्चुअल इंटरफियरेंस क्या हम बाहर निकाल सकते हैं उसको। श्री कृष्ण वही कह रहा है अर्जुन से, तुम क्षत्रिय हो, लड़ो। प्रयोजन क्या है तुम्हारा इस दुनिया में? आपका एग्जिस्टेंस जो है उसका कुछ तो प्रयोजन रहेगा। अभी घर में हम किचन में बिरयानी बनाते हैं और इडली भी बनाते हैं। अभी इडली के लिए जो चावल है वो चावल बिरयानी के लिए नहीं इस्तेमाल किया जाता, और बिरयानी का जो चावल है वो हम इडली के लिए नहीं इस्तेमाल करते, क्योंकि दोनों का प्रयोजन अलग है। हम दोनों को ये समझा सकते हैं कि आप दोनों चावल ही हो, लेकिन आपका प्रयोजन अलग अलग है। वी आर ऑल ह्यूमन क्रॉप्स। अपने ज़िंदगी का एक प्रयोजन है जो अपने इंस्टिंक्टिव इंटेलिजेंस के हिसाब से तय हो चुका है, उसमें बदल नहीं हो सकता। का साड़ीचा कणू म्हणे मी नुगवे साड़ीपणे, ऐसे ज्ञानेश्वर मौर्य कहती है। आम का बीज है और आम का बीज अगर हमने जन्म में बो दिया और जमीन जाने के बाद अगर बीज कहता है कि मैं टमाटर करके बाहर आऊँगा, तो वो नहीं हो सकता। उसको आम करके ही बाहर आना है, क्योंकि उसका प्रयोजन वो है। ये जो शब्द है अल्टीमेट रियलिटी का, वो इसी तरह जाएगा। वो रियलिटी मालूम होनी चाहिए कि मैं कौन हूँ, तो वो मेरा नेचुरल इंटेलिजेंस क्या है उस पर निर्भर करेगा, इंस्टिंक्टिव इंटेलिजेंस क्या है, मेरी मेधा क्या काम करती है उस पर चलेगा। प्रज्ञा पे बात नहीं बनेगी यहाँ पर। और इसलिए उस क्षण तक भगवान कृष्ण भी राह देखते रहे कि अर्जुन खुद का ओपिनियन बाजू में रखते हुए आए, मैं ये क्यों करूं, मैं वैसा क्यों करूं, मैं मेरे गुरु के साथ क्यों लड़ूं, इससे बाहर जाना है। और वो जिसे समझ गया, मी पण जानसे पक्व फळा परी सहजपणाने घडले हो, जीवन त्यांना कळले हो। जीवन कळलं तिथे कळलं त्यांना जिथे कॉन्शियसनेस, तिथे लक्षात आलं जिथे मी गेला तिथे ते कळलं। हमें मालूम होना चाहिए अपने ज़िंदगी में जो अप्स एंड डाउन्स आते हैं वो मालूम होने चाहिए। स्ट्रेस नहीं आएगा, अगर स्ट्रेस नहीं है तो देन यू आर एट ईज, एंड व्हेन यू आर एट ईज नो डिसीज। सेहत अच्छी हो जाएगी अगर मैं एट ईज हूँ। एट ईज रहना मतलब ये जो शब्द है इसका मतलब समझ जाना, कॉन्शियसनेस का। मैं MIT में ज्वाइन हुआ, 3 मिनट बाकी है मेरे पास सिर्फ। MIT में ज्वाइन हुआ 3 महीने भी नहीं हुए थे, और डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ करा जी को यूनेस्को का आमंत्रण आया था स्पीच देने के लिए एज ए की नोट स्पीकर, लेकिन वो जा नहीं पा रहे थे। उन्होंने मुझसे कहा कि तुम जाओ, और एज ए की नोट स्पीकर मैं नीदरलैंड्स में जाके भाषण दे के आया, हायर एजुकेशन एंड ग्लोबल सिटीजनशिप, इस विषय पे। यस, 3 मिनट बाकी है, 2:56। और वहाँ से यहाँ आने के बाद हम गए थे राजबाग में, तो कल्याण जी आनंद जी में से आनंद जी जो संगीतकार है वो आए थे, और उस क्षण उनका जाने का समय हो गया, लेकिन वहाँ पे कोई वॉचमैन, सिक्योरिटी, प्यून नहीं था, तो आनंद जी की गाड़ी बुलानी थी। तो करार से ने कहा, ए जा पटकन गाड़ी घेऊन ये त्यांची, असा उभा करायला आहे बावटासारखा, ऐसे करार से देगा। नो, इज इट स्ट्रेसफुल? तो मैं ये सोचता हूँ कि यही व्यक्ति है जिसने नीदरलैंड्स में भाषण के लिए मुझे भेजा था, तो यही व्यक्ति है जो ये मुझे कह रहे कि आनंद जी के लिए गाड़ी ले आओ, एवरी डेबिट हैज़ गॉट अ करस्पॉन्डिंग क्रेडिट। मुझे स्ट्रेस नहीं आता, क्योंकि मैं वो जो क्रेडिट देना है सर को, मुझे वहाँ भेजने का वो दे देता हूँ, इसलिए स्ट्रेस नहीं आएगा। दिस इज़ कॉन्शियसनेस। और ये इतना आसान करोगे तो आम आदमी के लिए भी वो आसान हम कर सकते हैं। नहीं तो ऐसे कई परिषद ले लेंगे हम, कॉन्फ्रेंसेस, लेकिन वो आम आदमी के पास नहीं पहुँचेगा। उसको राउंड टेबल कॉन्फ्रेंस ही करना पड़ेगा। राउंड टेबल में अक्सर मैं कहता हूँ टॉपिक राउंड ही घूमता रहता है। वो टॉपिक व्हर्लपूल जैसा होना चाहिए, वो टेंजेंट बाहर जाना चाहिए एक आम आदमी की तरफ। यहाँ चर्चा हुई और निकल गया उस आदमी की तरफ, तभी बात बनेगी, नहीं तो नहीं बात बनेगी। ऐसी कोशिश होनी चाहिए। दैट इज़ व्हाट आई फील, एंड मैं वैसे जीने की खुद कोशिश करता हूँ, कॉन्शियसनेस करके, और मज़ा आता है। और वैसे जीना है, सिंपल ट्रांजैक्शन है। मैं कंप्यूटर में बैठा था घर में, और पत्नी चिल्ला रही थी, खाना परोसा है चलो, खाना परोसा है चलो, हर रोज चिल्लाती थी। सामने वाली विंग में मेरी इमेज खराब हो रही थी, उनको सुना ही दे रहा था कि पत्नी ये चिल्लाती है करके। एक दिन मैंने सोचा क्या करें, गुस्सा करने में मतलब नहीं है, कॉन्शियसनेस लगाओ, क्या करना है। तो जिस दिन उसने चिल्लाना शुरू किया, खाना परोसा है चलो, उसी क्षण मैंने कंप्यूटर बंद किया और किचन में गया, तो ये भाजी फोड़नी ताकत होती है। तो मैंने कहा ये क्या है, तो बोले मुझे क्या मालूम इतनी जल्दी आओगे। तो शी वॉज एंटिसिपेटिंग कि ये इतने बार बुलाने के बाद ही आता है। करेक्ट। मुझे ऐसे लगता है लाइफ इज़ लाइक अ एक्सप्रेस हाईवे, फास्टर द स्पीड, फास्टर द एंटिसिपेशन। और वो अपनी जो खुद की एबिलिटी है, इंस्टिंक्टिव इंटेलिजेंस है, उसको इस्तेमाल करो, फिर अपने आप एक कॉन्शियसनेस हंसी के साथ आपके पास पहुंच जाएगा। आई हैव शेयर माई इनोसेंस विथ यू। अब इतने बड़े बड़े भाषण कर से सुन रहा हूँ मैं, बट मैं तो ये कोशिश करता हूँ अक्सर एज ए पब्लिक स्पीकर कि मैं जो बोल रहा हूँ वो सामने वाले को समझना चाहिए, समझा कर बोलना है। कहाँ जाकर बोलना है? वो शब्द में 2 शब्द हैं, समझ जाकर बोलना है। मैंने वही कोशिश की, समझ जाकर बोलने की। धन्यवाद।
We are being joined by Dr. Antonella Vanini. She's talking to us from Rome. I had the privilege of meeting her when I had gone to present a paper on syntropy. Her husband, Dr. Eulis, spoke yesterday. She's going to talk on a very interesting subject called retrocausality. Hello, Antonella.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to participate to this conference. My topic is retrocausality, free will versus determinism. The syntropy theory suggests a quite simple hypothesis, which is the following. If syntropy is the energy of life, and life is supported by syntropy, since syntropy propagates backwards in time, the parameters of the autonomic nervous system that supports the vital functions should react in advance to future stimuli. For my doctorate in cognitive psychology in Rome, I worked on this hypothesis and I devised 4 experiments in order to test it. I first searched for scientific experiments in the scientific literature, and I found experiments which showed that heart rate and skin conductance react in advance to future stimuli that arouse emotions. The first experiment dates back to 1997 and was carried out by Dean Radin of the Noetic Research Institute. And the results show that when we present emotional and neutral images to a person, heart rate and skin conductance activate before images with emotional content. In other words, the autonomic nervous system can feel the future, even when there is no way to know it, since it is completely randomized. Another important study was done by Daryl Bem, who replicated standard experiments in psychology, but in a retrocausal way. For example, in priming experiments, the person is asked to respond as quickly as possible, indicating whether an image is pleasant or unpleasant. Before the image, a prime is shown. A prime is an image shown below the threshold of sensorial perception, so quickly that the person doesn't realize having seen it. When the prime is congruent with the image, that is, the image is positive and the prime is also positive, the reaction time of the person is faster. On the contrary, when the prime is not congruent with the image, for example, a positive prime is followed by a negative image, the reaction time is lower. In retrocausal experiments, the prime is shown after the person has responded rather than before. First, we have the image, then the person's reaction time, and then the prime. The prime is shown after the subject's response, and the results show that it affects the reaction time in any case. In my experiments, I used colors. 4 colors were shown full screen on a computer monitor, and the heart rate was recorded. For example, first was shown blue, then green, red, and yellow. Each color remained on the screen for 4 seconds. At the end of this sequence, the 4 colors were shown all together on the screen, and the person had to choose the color before the computer would soon after select. So it was a guessing task. Once the choice was made, the computer randomly selected the color and displayed it full screen. This procedure was repeated 100 times for each subject. The results show that the heart rate is activated in advance in a different way according to each color selected by the computer in the last phase. Although the heart rate shows that it already knows which color will be selected, the person keeps on guessing by chance. And it seems that this knowledge does not enter the rational mind. In other words, we have two different types of information. One provided by our autonomic nervous system, our heart, and one which is provided by our mind, and we must decide which to follow. In each moment of our life, we are faced with bifurcations. Do we choose what our mind tells or what our heart tells? This constant state of choice between heart and mind, between past and future, will be at the basis of free will. In the Western world, we usually follow what the mind tells, whereas in the Eastern part of the world, the focus is more on the heart. On one side, rational decisions, on the other side, intuitive decisions. For example, Steve Jobs, the founder of Apple Computer, discovered intuitive thinking in India. He used to say that people in the Indian countryside don't use their intellect as we do, but they use intuition. Intuitions are much more developed there than in the rest of the world. Intuitions are a very powerful thing, more powerful than the intellect, in his opinion. And thanks to intuitions, Steve Jobs started having visions of the future, and already in 1976, he had intuition of the smartphones. He had discovered that intuitions are provided by the inner voice, the voice of the heart. Steve Jobs repeated, "Don't let the noise of other people's opinions cloud your inner voice. And most importantly, have the courage to follow your heart and your intuitions. Somehow they already know what you really want to become. Everything else is secondary." Einstein had repeatedly stressed that the intuitive mind is a sacred gift, and the rational mind is its faithful servant. However, we have created a society that honors the servant and has forgotten the gift. Thanks to Zen meditation, Steve Jobs silenced the chatter of the mind and the attention moved to the heart. He said that almost everything, all expectations, pride, all fears of failure simply vanish in the face of death, leaving only what is truly important. Remembering that we must die is the best way, I know, to avoid the trap of thinking we have something to lose. You are already naked, so there is no reason not to follow your heart. In conclusion, what the experiments on retrocausality show is that the heart plays an important role in intuitions and decision-making, and that we should, especially in the Western world, learn to focus more on the heart and trust our intuitions. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Antonella Vanini.
Thank you.
What I must say is we must appreciate the meticulousness in the experimentations carried down by the Western scientists. But at the same time, what I appreciate in her is the openness to put forth what is beyond the scope of science, especially when she quoted Einstein's views about the intuitive mind. And so I really appreciate the meticulous experimentation and also the philosophy, the confluence of both which she has presented. Thank you, Dr. Vanini, once again. Thank you, Dr. Sanjay Upadhyay also. Yeah. Our next speaker is Professor Siddharth Singh. Professor Siddharth Singh is ex-director, Indian Cultural Center, Embassy of India, Tokyo, and former head Department of Pali and Buddhist Studies. He is Faculty of Arts at Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. Professor Singh is currently a professor in the Department of Pali and Buddhist Studies at Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. Dr. Siddharth has been a visiting professor of Buddhist studies and Indian studies in Uppsala University, Sweden, Karlstad University, Sweden, and Hyderabad Central University. He is an author of 3 books. Dr. Singh is going to talk on the topic Buddhist concept of ultimate reality and consciousness with special reference to Abhidhamma. Dr. Singh.
Honorable Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad, Honorable Dr. Vijay Bhatkarji, Dr. Atre, Chairperson of this session, ladies and gentlemen. Since yesterday, we have been discussing about the dimensions of consciousness, mainly focusing the Vedantic perspective. And it is true that Advaita Vedanta is the sublimest representation of our tradition of Sanatana Dharma. But we should not forget that we have Shramana tradition also as a part of Indian culture, comprising Buddhism and Jainism. On various philosophical doctrinal issues pertaining to the different philosophies of so-called Gnostic or Astic schools, there are a lot of issues which are debatable, which will always have the issues of the conflict in order to explain the different phenomena of the world. But on one issue, entire Indian tradition is agreed upon, is the fact that the transformation of the society, transformation of the world starts from the inner transformation. So the ultimate goal should be to have the purification of our consciousness. It is also true that by the time we don't achieve that ultimate goal, when everyone is endowed with the pure consciousness, we will have to deal the social, economical, political issues in the empirical way, like it is being done in the modern days. That aspect cannot be neglected. The empirical issues has to be addressed in an empirical way. But certainly, the ideal situation would be when we would have all the pure souls or consciousness in the whole world. My objective is to choose this topic, ultimate reality and consciousness, from the perspective of Abhidhamma, is relevant here because it consists of 3 keywords: Abhidhamma, ultimate reality, and consciousness. Why Abhidhamma? Buddha is said to deliver his teachings in 2 different ways. One is called Sammuti Satya, which was later translated or which was later rendered in the Nagarjuna's Mula Madhyamik Karika as Samvriti Satya. And another one is Paramatha Satya. or Paramarth Satya, which is known as ultimate truth. So when you know that from childhood we are aware of the three baskets, three pitakas. So the Sutta and Vinaya mainly deals in the conventional way. It has the narrative dialogue being held between Buddha and different people, and Buddha is using the conventional ways of conveying his message. But in Abhidhamma, Buddha has taught the ultimate truth, where the human beings, where the individuals are non-existent. It always deals in the terms of the consciousness, mind, mental faculties, how we realize how we do the perception, we get the perception of any object, how a stream of consciousness works. And that is why this abhi in Abhidhamma, the prefix upsarga, denotes spatial. That is why the Abhidhamma is translated as spatial dharma, which talks of the ultimate truth, ultimate reality. So that third Abhidhamma Pitaka, which consists of 7 large texts, and the 7th one, Patthana, again it consists of 7 texts. And then the whole tradition of the continuation of the Abhidhamma tradition, which largely was furthered in Myanmar, Sri Lanka, was based on Abhidhamma. And the entire tradition was so much focused on the mind tradition only, studying mind only, that it gave the development of the schools of Buddhism in Japan and China, which are known as mind-only school, Vigyapti Matrata. And it started believing in mind so much that at one point of time, these schools started believing that external world doesn't exist at all. So the Vijnanavad, or mind-only school in Japan and China and Korea, they claim that, those schools claim that Vikalpamatram Tribhavam Vahyamarthana Vidyate. All 3 worlds are just Vikalpamatra, just mental conception. Vahyam Arthana Vidyate, there is nothing outside. Chitta Matra Avatarena Pragya Tatha Gati Mata. So the whole projection, it is the whole projection of our mind only, external. And if you realize that, then you attain the pragya. So, according to Samutti Satya, Buddha's teachings are also divided in 2 forms, Vohara Desana and Paramatha Desana. Vohara, Vyavahara, for conventional ways of teaching, and then Paramatha Desana. Now, second keyword, ultimate reality. How Abhidhamma deals with ultimate reality. Here, the concept of this main conference is consciousness, the ultimate reality. Here, it is presumed that consciousness is the only ultimate reality. Buddhism or Abhidhamma gives a different dimension. It says, Tatthavutta Abhidhammatha Chatudha Paramathato. Chittam Chetsikam Rupam Nibbanam Iti Sabbhatha. Ultimate, as an ultimate truth, 4 kind of ultimate truths are defined in Abhidhamma. Chitta. Professor Shukla in the morning session said that many words cannot be translated properly. In English, we have the Shraddha, we have many other technical words of Indian philosophy, dharma, of course, which doesn't have any proper translation, and same is the case with Chitta. So Chitta, Chetsik, mental faculties, Roop, material world, and Nibbana. Now we will have to understand from the Buddhist perspective that when Buddha is talking of the 4 ultimate realities, so Buddha is not talking of these 4 ultimate realities in the way Brahma is Brahma is presented in Advaita Vedanta. Because there will be a huge philosophical problem if we will start believing the four ultimate reality. Buddhism talks of the four ultimate reality in the terms of abstract reality or irreducible reality, where you cannot go further. You cannot further reduce any entity. So in that way, these and Chitta and Chetsika are totally focused on the different dimensions of the explanation of the consciousness. So here in Buddhism, mind, consciousness are like synonyms. So it has used for consciousness 3 words, Chitta, Mana, and Vijnana. And it believes in the stream of consciousness which is dynamic. And it says that because that stream is so, it is so rapid that because of this rapid stream, we often believe that there is some eternal permanent soul is there. And it argues that if you start believing in eternal permanent soul, then any kind of impact, for example, during your childhood, you have encountered any snake. So that fear will be there on your soul, that impact. If on the something is eternal and it has got the impression of that fear, so that impression should also be an eternal impression, which actually doesn't happen. In due course of time, that impression is reduced. At young age, you have little impression of that fear. So in that way, it is explained Chitta. And then what we talk of the consciousness in general understanding as awareness, that is explained in the form of Chetsik in Abhidhamma or in Buddhism. Roop is all about material world. If we are talking of the brain, so brain is a part of Roop. External physical world as well as internal physical world, all are explained under Rupa. Nibbana is ultimate reality, is not in the terms of what many Western scholars understood in the sense of paradise, in the sense of some external, eternally positive world. It is a state of mind when you feel like you have achieved that state where when a sudden flash of light also. It is very difficult to explain. One Japanese scholar, Yamakami Sogen, had said that it is much more difficult to explain nirvana than to attain it. So, like moksha, it is again anirvachaniya, nirvikalpa, eternal because it is eternal in terms of your realization. And in that way, these 4 ultimate realities are explained. Very quickly, at last, I would like to say that the Buddhist notion of consciousness is so grave, so deeper in terms of explanation of the karma, human karma, is that at one point of time, Buddha said that kammam aham chetana vadami. How can I define karma? Actually, karma is our consciousness, because what we think, that comes out. What we speak, what we do, is just the manifestation of what we think. That is why the most famous book of Buddha's teaching, Dhammapad, starts with this famous shloka or gatha, Mano pubbangama dhamma mano setha manomaya. Manasa che padutthen bhasati va karoti va. Tatonam dukkham anveti chakkam va vahato padam. Mind is supreme, mano pubbangama dhamma. Mind is forerunner of all your bodily or physical actions. Mind is supreme. And if someone speaks or does any action by wicked mind, then suffering follows that person like the wheel of ox, the ox's legs, the hoof of ox. So that is so important. And then because the consciousness was important in Buddhism, then Abhidhamma developed the entire theory and in the perception, the 17 chitta chanas, the steps of the consciousness are described in that. So at last, I would like to emphasize that if we are dealing with consciousness in any institute, so certainly we should take that tradition also into account, which has dealt largely with Buddhism, with consciousness and mind, and lot of researchers in the different institutes of the world, especially the scientific institutes, about Vipassana, how Samatha works, how Vipassana works, how 14 objects of consciousness meditation is selected according to the temperament. The whole psychology is there, that Guru should choose the disciple according to the temperament of the Shishya. And then some object should be given. And it is not so that all of a sudden, from the very perplexed mind, you will be able to achieve the ultimate calmness or sereneness of your consciousness. It has a certain steps which is defined in Abhidhamma. So that is why I selected this topic. And I'm so grateful to this institution, MIT, and Professor Karad for giving me this opportunity. I'm grateful to Professor Priyankar Upadhyay, who has been my mentor in BHU. And I have learned a lot about peace theories and how we can connect religion and peace in different ways. So thanks to all of you for your kind patience to hear me. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Siddharth. I think most of us are quite unfamiliar with the Buddhist concept and Buddhist perspective, and so we learned quite a few things, and we learned some new information also as to the only mind schools in Japan. So thank you very much for the new information and the sharing the Buddhist concept. Yes, sir. I think we are postponing the question-answer session later. Yeah. Our next speaker is Dr. P. Vatsala Swami, who chaired the earlier session. Dr. P. Vatsala Swami is a director academics in Dr. D.Y. Patil Medical College, Hospital and Research Center, Pune. She obtained her MBBS degree from Sri Venkateshwara University, Tirupati, Andhra Pradesh in 1972. She served in Armed Forces Medical College, AFMC, in Pune from 1972 and retired as professor in 2006. She has authored more than 60 publications and book chapters. Member of International Forum of Teachers, UNESCO Chair of Bioethics, Haifa, and a member of Steering Committee of UNESCO Chair of Bioethics, Haifa. She will be speaking on the topic, Anatomical Substrates of Consciousness. Welcome, Dr. Vatsala Swami.
Yeah, you can hear.
Good afternoon all, Honorable Karad sir, Dr. Vijay Bhatkar sir, all the dignitaries, speakers and the delegates. A very good afternoon. We've been talking about consciousness since yesterday, and today also we spoke about various aspects of consciousness. And I get back to Dr. Ranade, does reality exist? I just want to tell you, all this what we talked about, when we think really, all these sensations of consciousness, all the aspects of consciousness, whether they exist or not, yes. When you think of the brain, I was just sitting here and then looking at the dome, which was really looking like the head of an individual, and with so many visionaries sitting here. And I thought in this hall itself, we can think of the parts which are responsible for consciousness. So with that, greetings from our institute, Dr. D.Y. Patil Medical College Hospital and Research Center. Now, what are anatomical substrates? All this time we were talking about so many aspects: quantum, post-quantum. Then we talked about MI. We talked about AI, and then machine learning. But what are anatomical substrates? Are what really exists in the brain, neural substrates, which are parts of the nervous system. You must excuse me. I am using the language, and in medical language, all the terms are Greek and Latin. I'll make it more easier. We just want to see to it that you must know what are the parts in the brain that are concerned with consciousness. So that is the effort. So the part of central nervous system that underlies a specific behavior, a cognitive process, or any psychological stage. That means substrate is an underlying layer. That's what we are going to see. And cerebral cortex, that is in the brain, the layer that you see on top, which is the gray matter, cerebral cortex, is the principal anatomical basis of consciousness. And consciousness is a combination of, I always say that consciousness, is it a riddle? Is it an enigma? Is it difficult to understand? And when we see the structures, yes, sometimes we feel that, yes, what we are thinking as consciousness, to keep us awake, to make us aware, does exist. So the combination, verbal behavior, what I am saying now, arousal, brain activity, and movement, when you are asked to go somewhere, you go, the purposeful movement, all this are the parts of the brain which are concerned with the consciousness. Now this is just a picture of brain. I just want, most of you must be knowing, but this is how a brain looks. And you know that there are elevations and depressions, and these are called sulci and gyri. And you can see the one side of the brain, that is cerebral hemisphere. Below what you see is the small brain, that is cerebellum. And you can see the medulla with spinal cord that is extending down. And this is just to show that brain, which is with all those depressions and elevations, is divided into parts, into lobes. So when we talk of consciousness, we talk of what is called as frontal lobe, we talk of what is called as temporal lobe, we talk what is called as the occipital lobe. So this is just to let you know or make you aware what is responsible for which part or which area in the brain for consciousness, whether it is awakeness or awareness. So this is how the parts are. And what you see in the blue area, or the light lavender area, is where the brain receives the sensations from different parts. And the one which is behind that is the one which conveys the association of these sensations. And you can see in yellow, that is the area. Now today I have met many of you whom I don't know. But after 5 years, 10 years, if I meet you, I will be able to recognize you. That is by the visual association area. And in green, what is shown is the area which can identify what you see. That is the visual area. Same thing, a little more in detail, you can just see. And what I wanted to focus is, on the left side of the hemisphere, there is a sulcus called lateral sulcus or Sylvian fissure. Close to that, we have what is called as the speech area. The area that is responsible for making us talk, speech. That is called Broca's area. In right-sided individuals, those who are right-sided, it is present on the left side. And in the left-sided individuals, it is present on the right side. This has got bearing later. So you can see the same thing, what you have been explained. And you can see the area close to the Broca's area, that is speech area just above, is the area for hearing, auditory. And what you see behind is the area for vision. This is just a basic understanding of what are the sensations that you can perceive. Now this is what you see when you separate the two hemispheres. You can see on the right side to your right side, what you see when you cut the hemisphere into two, and the importance of that I'll tell you a little later. And what you see, the one below, is the entire brain as if the brain is sitting on this floor. What you see above is the area which you can't see. What you are seeing is what is touching the floor, that is inside the skull. Now, this active process of consciousness has got many components, multiple components. We have talked about so many aspects of consciousness. I must tell you that it is a combination of anatomy, physiology, and also philosophy, psychiatry. So many things are combined to understand consciousness. So what we are doing now is to know how much of it is present, how much of it we are thinking of, seeing to it that it is part of that which we must know. We have to see, like somebody talked about meditation. And Dr. Chowdhury talked about anesthetics, sleep, when we sleep, and then really when something happens, when we go into coma. So there are two major components. One is alertness and awareness. These are interconnected. Awake and alert, they are interconnected. And what is alertness? Alertness is wakefulness. And what is responsible for alertness? There is a system which is called as reticular formation. And the name that is given, those of you who read how we are alert, how we are awake, you will know that it is called ARAS, Ascending Reticular Activating System. Please only remember these words. It is not necessary that you must know everything, but just to know what are the anatomical substrates in the brain that are responsible to keep us awake and aware. Now, this ascending reticular system, ARAS, it lies in a part of the brain called brainstem. And it lies in a part that is called thalamus. All of you remember that all the sensations going to the brain, they have to pass through thalamus. I must remember my professor who told us that if you go to Shiva temple, what do you do before having reached the Shiva temple? What do you do first? I just want one of you to tell me. You enter Shiva temple, what do you do? Go down to Nandi, yes. Unless and until you go and touch Nandi, you don't go and visit Lord Shiva. Same way here, all the fibers in the brain, they have to go through thalamus to reach the cortex so that the sensations are perceived. And memory. Where is memory? Memory is, you will hear a term, or you must have already heard the term. Memory is in an area called hippocampus, fornix, and I will not name the other structures. I want only to remember, you to remember at least one or two of these. Now this is how you see the brain. This is how it looks. And the part that you are seeing here is the one which is below, touching the skull inside. And this is what I called ascending reticular system, ARAS, which you can see in the brainstem, from where the fibers are conveyed, the sensations are conveyed to the cortex. I talked about hippocampus. Can you see the hippocampus in purple color? And in front of that, very important structure, that is amygdala, which is really responsible, and you must remember where it is. So only two things I want you to remember, hippocampus and amygdala. And this is what you see, this is real human brain that has been bisected. Only one hemisphere you are seeing, and here what you are seeing is showing the structures when you take the section, and the two hemispheres are connected by a mass of white matter which is called corpus callosum. You can omit that from your brain. This is the same thing that you are seeing. I want you to have a look below where there is a structure which is round and which you can see, which is called as the fornix. And below the fornix is the thalamus. This is a little enlarged version. Same thing. Now please look at this area. This is where the upper part of the brain has been removed. I want you to look at the structure that you see when the upper part of the brain is removed. That is what we call just now hippocampus. fornix that continues upwards. So two structures you are seeing here. What are the two structures? Hippocampus and fornix. So we are talking about memory now. Now the generation of internal feelings and motivation. Where do they lie in the brain? Just now I showed you amygdala. And we talked about thalamus. Below thalamus, what you see is the hypothalamus. And also associated structures of limbic system. Please remember that hypothalamus plays a very important role. Whatever you express, that I am talking to you, in my mind I am just thinking, how many of you are taking in? How many of you are just listening to me? How many of you are interested? That is the job of hypothalamus. Hypothalamus, it plays an important role in outward expression of emotion. Some people are emotionless, mask-like face, when they are listening to you, but still they are thinking. So the process is going on. Now please remember that brain is taken as a global workspace computer model proposed by Bars in the year 1988. That means it has got number of parallel processes. And all of you know in Alzheimer's, everyone, I have spoken to many, they say that there is something going on in my head. All the wires are disconnected or interconnected wrongly. That's what happens, but it is a combination of everything. So the consciousness which we think is a riddle requires understanding and resolution. That's what all the eminent speakers here are trying to do. What are the different aspects of consciousness we must consider, which are part of us, which need special mention? So please remember two key features, wakefulness and awareness. Three key areas you must know, thalamus and posterior part of the cortex. The middle part I am leaving it, not necessary. And any problem associated with any one of the links, it leads to coma. So please see this. This is the thalamus that you are seeing. And all these are connected inside. By white matter, there are different bundles that you see. They are interconnected. And these are the areas that you see. Different areas, one for the movements, one for attention and working memory. C for verbal report, that is Broca's area, which I mentioned. And the other content of consciousness, auditory, visual. I am skipping those. Now I am coming to consciousness. What are the areas concerned with consciousness? This is the chart, but I have split it into different parts. What are the anatomical substrates that you see? For alertness, upper brainstem, midline nuclei, and cerebral cortex. Awareness, the cortex, cerebral cortex, and the hippocampus and the neocortex. Attention, anterior singular gyrus, and other things which you can just omit. Now executive function, that is being done by top management, planning, and then executing it, multitasking. And all women here, you must agree with me that we do multitasking. That is called executive function, that is done by frontal lobe and the connections. And the perception is by sensory cortex. You have seen all the sensations. Explicit memory is by hippocampus, and others are there along with the hippocampus. This is showing the different parts. And I want you to remember only few things. It's impossible to remember everything. When we teach medical students also, we tell them, revise, revise, re-revise. But here what we want you to remember is consciousness in the brain is depicted in various areas of the brain. What is important is brainstem and cerebral cortex, and in the cerebral cortex, it is in different areas. Thank you very much, and I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. I hope at least something is gone in, will be retained. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much. Is Dr. Deepak ji here? Okay. He was introduced. He plays excellent saxophone. Just imagine he's playing a song on a saxophone. It is very clear that without the saxophone, this song cannot be played. Is that very clear? Similarly, if we treat the brain as a saxophone, it is very clear that no thought can emerge or be expressed without the brain. So that much is clear. But if Deepak ji is playing a song of A.R. Rahman, we must ask a question, is the saxophone the composer of the song? No. So even if a thought is expressed through the brain, it is not composed by the brain. That is one approach. And it is composed by the mind. And I think we had an excellent description of the saxophone, and we need that. And I sincerely thank Dr. Vatsala Swami for giving an elaborate description of the brain, which is one of the very important material constituents while addressing consciousness. Thank you, madam. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Dr. Rajiv Bhutkar. Professor Rajesh Bhutkar is an engineer by profession. He is a civil engineering graduate from MIT Pune, the product of this institute itself. He has done his post-graduation from College of Engineering, Pune. He has published papers at international level regarding quantum nature of mind and appearance of God as consciousness. He also has published a book on quantum mechanics as a fusion of science and Hindu spiritual practices. Professor Bhutkar is now going to talk today on the topic consciousness from Vedantic perspectives. Welcome, Doctor.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, respected guests, and my dear brothers and sisters. Since last 2 days, means yesterday and today, don't you feel that we are at a pious confluence of two very holy rivers at Devprayag? One river is Ma Bhagirathi, that is flowing with the knowledge, divine knowledge of Vedanta and the holy scriptures of our saints. And Ma Alaknanda, the river that is flowing with the research and that is carried out by the Nobel laureates and research scholars in science and in advancements in of the sciences. So this is the holy confluence where on the downstream side, the river, the pious, the holy Ma Ganga is flowing with the potential of giving us understanding of what is ultimate reality as such. Now here, I am going to take some concepts and we will elaborate those concepts with respect to science and spirituality. Only concepts I will consider. The first concept is the expression of ultimate reality. Erwin Schrödinger said that consciousness is the singularity. And now, what our saints, what they are saying, their words are divine words, such a powerful words. And when they describe the consciousness, that is the ultimate reality in the form of Brahman, how they describe, please listen carefully. And when we listen this, we realize, but that realization cannot be described. We become spellbound, absolutely. Listen. It is from Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Ek Onkar Satnam Karta Purakha. This is the description of Parabrahman Parmeshwar, and that is the ultimate reality. Karta Purakha Nirbhav Nirvair Akala Murat, Ajuni Saibam, Guru Prasad. So this is the example, this is the description of Para Brahman Parameshwar, that is the ultimate reality mentioned in our holy scriptures. In Vedanta, there are many canon statements such as Tattvamasi, Aham Brahmasmi, Jiva Brahmaeva Naparaha, Soham. So what they are indicating? They are indicating that this ultimate reality is permeating through all the jivas. That is permeating through all the jivas in the form of consciousness. But as in the morning session, Shukla sir said that there is some difference in understanding of the term consciousness. I would like to give an example how we can differentiate that. Now, scientifically, the consciousness at physical level, that helps to appear the awareness of our life events of living beings. But in spirituality, it is the supreme-most principle of the universe, that is the consciousness, that illuminates the meaning of sentence that I am conscious. When I say I am conscious, the meaning mechanism takes place in my brain, and that gets illuminated because of that supreme principle, and that is the consciousness. So this is the difference between the understanding of what is consciousness. Next is analogy. These are the concepts. When we say analogy with respect to this subject matter, we will just see what science is telling us and what spirituality is saying us. Now, as far as science is concerned, I will give you the analogy of space. Very simple example. An infinite pool of space, if you put the pots of different size and shapes, then the inside space of the different size and shapes, we will feel that those are different, but it is not the case. Similarly, we all jivas are in the pool of this consciousness, the supreme principle of this universe. What spirituality says? It is the Guru Bani, Ghata Ghata Vasi, Sarva Nivasi, Nere Hite Nera, very near. It is very near to you. Nanak Das Sada Sarnagati, Hari Amrita Sajjana Mera. See how he describes the Parabrahman Parameshwar. It is very near to us, but we are unable to identify it unless we follow the path of Guru. The next concept is belief system. What science says? That it is the epiontic cycle of mind field that builds the belief system. First of all, we have to strongly create that belief system that there is a consciousness, that is the ultimate reality, that is supreme reality of the universe, that pervades everywhere, and I have to follow that path. And that is the Parabrahman that is described by the Sadguru and sense. And when we meditate with 100% belief, then in the meditation we have to leave it aside. We have to leave it, we have to leave all our knowledge and everything aside. And we have to make that mind field as zero. Nobody. In deep meditation, we are nobody. And you become nobody there. And that phase is very hard, because you have to eliminate, you have to disappear, you have to make your observer disappear. There should not be observer. That observer is aham. When the aham is present, that supreme principle of consciousness will not appear. We cannot experience that. And therefore, Guru prays God, Mohi Sardha Puri Jagajivan Date. Please reward my faith and take me beyond all belief system. So this science takes us beyond belief system. So we have to go all belief system. Jagajivan Date, Miri Haridarsana Mana Bhije Jivu. See what is the power of, what is the divine power in each and every word. So these are goosebumps on our body, tears in the eyes. So this is the phase where you can eradicate your ego, your aham, your sense, your asmita. You have to keep it aside. You have to dissolve that into the Holy Scripture. The next concept is incomprehensibility, mityatva. We are now talking about ultimate reality, but in order to achieve the ultimate reality or to be on the path of that ultimate reality, we are using two other realities. That is the apparent reality of body and the physical world around, and the virtual reality of the mind. That is the quantum status that renders the virtual status from the universal energy. So universal energy manifests in the form of mind, body, subjects and objects. But it is very powerful. It dilutes, it creates dvaita, it creates duality. And it dilutes the jiva. So Sadhguru Maharaj says, describes that universal energy as a maid of God. Ek dasi dhari, sabala pasari, with power. She spreads with her power. Jiye jantale mohaniya. So dilutes. The next concept is appearance. These are the theories all of us, we know that Roger Penrose and Dr. Hameroff, they put forth the theory of orchestrated objective reduction. Dr. Hooping, he represented the theory of spin-mediated consciousness. But in spirituality, our Jagat Guru Tukaram Maharaj Ji, what he says, Deha Devache Mandira Ata Atma Parmeshwara. Jashi usata ho sakara tasa dehat Ishwara. As there is a sugar in sugarcane, the God is within all of us. Jase dudha made loni, tasa dehi chakrapani. Chakrapani is God, Shri Hari. So as there is a butter in milk, the God is in all of us. Next concept, sense of self. Now science helps us to understand that when that consciousness appears in our jiva form, body form and mind with the mind, then mind gives the permanent response to that consciousness, phase of consciousness phase. And that permanent response is nothing but our sense of self. So this is what science tells us. And what spirituality tells. Very beautiful, very beautiful. Shri Guru Gorakhnath Ji describes Parnya pahile putru jaya, mat pita man bhaya hai, sharana machindar gorakh bole, eka khandi dhyaya hai. So Parnya pahile putru jaya, before the union of Shiva and Shakti. Shiva is the supreme principle of consciousness and Shakti, that is universal energy. So before the union of that, their son, that is the observer of the universe through Jiva, that appears. They give birth to that. It's a grand celebration of this universal energy and the consciousness. Sharana machindara gorakha bole eka khandi dhyaya hai. So this is what beautifully it is mentioned. Then Swasamvedya, self-illuminating principle. Science says that it is a self-illuminating supreme principle of consciousness always remains away from the chain of causality of the universe. Your body and mind, they are involved in the chain of causality. And that chain of causality is illuminated by that supreme principle of God. That is the consciousness that is within us. Because daily we are following through the chain of causality only. So who illuminates that? It is the God. It is present in all. It is the ultimate reality that illuminates that. Guru Nanak Dev Ji very beautifully describes that. Sabamahi Jyoti, Jyoti hai soi, tisake chanani sab chanano hui. Guru Sakhi Jyoti Paragat hui, Jyoti sa bhave su arati hui. It's very beautiful words. We have to dissolve in these words, divine words of saints and gurus. Then the trio of observation. Science says that now this concept of trio of observation was put forth by Jagat Guru Jnaneshwar Mauli. And it is that the trio, observation, observer, observable, observation, and observation. That observer is the jiva, observable is the universe around, and when he sees that, the event of observation takes place. So this is the trio of observation, and that takes place in the pool of consciousness. That always takes place in the pool of consciousness. So what Sant Jnaneshwar ji describes this very beautifully. But we feel that we are engaged in this worldly affairs, but it is not the case. We are anasakta. My Sadguru says, you are anasakta. You are niricha. You have not yet touched this body, mind, and this universe. You have not touched. Sant Jnaneshwar Maharaj ji, how beautifully he says, Tevi apanachi apala poti, apanya drushya davita uthi, drashta darshana triputi mandete hai. How beautiful. The next concept is the subject of knowledge. The science says that consciousness is out of domain of all the knowledge systems, and which are based on the epiontic cycle of meaning mechanism. And Sant Jnaneshwar Maharaj ji says, जे जाणण्याची की ठाई नेणणे किर नाही परी जाणणे म्हणून याही जाणणे कहीचे. So the consciousness is always remains outside the knowledge system that illuminates that entire knowledge system. Existence. Consciousness is beyond the concept of existence and non-existence of physical reality and the virtual reality both. And Jnaneshwar Maharaj describes, जे कोणाचे नव्हते नि असणे, जे कोणाचे नव्हता दिसणे, कोणाचे नव्हता भोगणे, केवल जो. Next is this is last one, realization. This is the one concept. Dr. Henry Stapp proved that the quantum Zeno effect of the conscious mind keeps the brain in its superposition state, allowing the consciousness to engulf that. The neurosciences, when the mind concentrates on the sense of self for a longer period of time, then the quantum Zeno effect occupies the entire assemblage of the brain. When the mind field cannot undergo the decoherence effect, these are all technical terms. So the quantum Zeno effect that appears means that indicates that when quantum particle is observed, it goes beyond the space-time. Thus the chanting and concentrating on breathing process, all superposition states of the mind field regarding pride, ownership, desires, etc., they disappear, and that what remains is the direct spellbound experience of the consciousness as such. Okay, thank you.
I think, Rajiv ji, what we must appreciate is the very idea of choosing the concepts or principles and making a comparison. The very idea itself, I found it quite novel, and we all do appreciate the way you have presented that. I think we are still falling short of time, but we straightway go to the next speaker. Dr. S.N. Pathan. Dr. S.N. Pathan, sir, is a strategic advisor and national coordinator for World Peace Center, Alandi, MITES, MIT, Pune, India. He is the former Vice Chancellor of Nagpur University. Dr. Pathan is a former Vice President of Indian Council of Cultural Relations, New Delhi, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. He is richly experienced academician as well as an administrator with great organizing skills. Dr. Pathan is a noted scientist, educationist, and social worker. Dr. Sir, welcome you. And Dr. Sir will be talking today on the topic spiritual practices for developing consciousness in Islam. Spiritual practices for developing consciousness in Islam. Welcome, Dr. Sir.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad Sahib, Honorable Bhatkar sir, my esteemed colleagues on dais, distinguished speakers, and my friends. I am extremely happy to be here and to give a presentation in very brief about the practices in Islam by which the consciousness one can achieve. My friend, these practices are not different. From yesterday, we have been listening about the practices mostly in Vedanta and Vedantic, ancient literature. I am handling different subject, but you will be surprised to know the practices are same. Only the question or the problem is to interpret them. And therefore, before I go to the practices, let me say one thing, that I am really grateful for taking initiative by no doubt Professor Karad Sahib and Dr. Khandare and Dr. Deepak for this kind of conference, which is very, very important to minimize the hatred in the society. I'm so sorry, unfortunately, it is brought to the people that the different religions, they are having different principles and they are fighting with each other, nothing like that. And let me tell you, and Professor Karad Sahib will excuse me, that Professor Karad Sahib is doing the work of interfaith and inter-religious dialogue, and what is the success of his work, what is the secret of his work, that is only Warkari sect. Sir, let me mention Sant Tukaram Maharaj, Vishnumay Jaga Vaishnavacha Dharma, Veda Veda Brahma Amangala. Professor Karad Sahib has no Ved. He found that fragrance in every religion. And he is of the opinion that every religion, what Swami Vivekananda said, let these religions be there because they have come at a different time, which has been given in Srimad Bhagavad Gita, that they will come, let them come. Now, my friends, so before I go to my topic, I will tell you just a foundation of what is the foundation of Islam. That is misprint, actually one. In Islam is based on 5 principles. One is God is one, Advait philosophy, that is the soul of Vedanta. What is difference in there? God is one. It is said in Arabic, because this Quran Sharif or Pavitra Quran is in Arabic, and people, they do not know Arabic. And therefore, Professor Karad has made a history that a first person in India who took Darshe Quran, that is to tell the Muslims the meaning of Quran at his village, and distributed hundreds of Qurans to the Muslim people that tried to understand the Quran. This is history in the country, my friends. Please give him big clap. This is really, the country needs this kind of work. So the basic principle I will just brief that God is one, that is Advait. Namaz means prayer. There is the prayer is there in every religion. Roza means it is a misprint, that is the fast, upwas. It is there in every religion. Zakat means charity. We have to make. It is principle in every religion. And last is Hajj, means yatra to Makkah. That is Tirth Yatra, what we are doing in Hindu religion. So the Professor Karad Sahib has, you might have received or you will get Srimad Bhagavad Gita. Srimad Bhagavad Gita, what Professor Karad Sahib has printed, or I say that by World Peace Center Alandi, is not only Bhagavad Gita, but essence of, with the contents of essence of all religions. If you see that book, you will also find what is Christianity, what is Buddhism, what is Islam. So I think this is the first kind of book in the world, in India, that Karad Sahib has published, is going, and it is distributing 1 lakh copies to the people that see. This is the principles of all religions are one. So my friend, this is just, I am giving a very brief that this is the foundation of Islam, which is the common in every religion. Next. Now I am emphasizing, I want to emphasize on this, that is the prayer in Islam is nothing, but you will surprise to know which are very, very simplified yogas. Because namaz is the soul of Islam. One has to perform namaz 5 times in a day. And this 5 times prayer, just I will brief, is having the person is doing different kinds of yoga. Now why it is 5 times? Because man is a very ordinary person and he performs or he does sins any time, every time. So after 2-3 hours, he has to be a, what I say that he has to be a good person by praying and asking dua to God that kindly excuse me, I might have made some mistakes. And therefore 5 times. But please note, nobody is actually, it is very difficult to perform 5 times. I think 5% people also are not performing 5 times. But it is compulsory and it is mentioned that the Muslim has to perform namaz 5 times. Now this is, the namaz timetable is based on the sunrise and sunset. See, because in Hindu culture it is said the sun is a god who is giving the urja, energy to us. And the whole timetable of namaz is based on sun, not on moon. So the first namaz is Fajr. That means it should perform before sunrise. That is 4 rakat. I will tell you what is rakat. Then second, Zohar, means in the, you can say, in the noon time or afternoon time, at, not afternoon but in the noon time, at 1:30 p.m., 12 rakat. Asar, 4:30 p.m., 8 rakat. Maghrib, after sunset, 7 rakat. Isha, after meals, 17 rakat. So total one Muslim has to perform 48 rakat namaz in a day, which hardly requires maximum 1 hour. So it is said in Quran that after I am giving you 12 hours in a day, you can give 1 hour for me, means to the God. And if you add Jummah and Friday namaz, then it is 50 rakat. Now I will show you how these are definitely yogas. Now first, when you stand for namaz, which is known as Qiyam, where you have to stand for 40 seconds. And it is exactly like a pranamasana while doing yogasana. You have to do pranamasana before you start yogasana. So you have to stand for namaz like this by folding the hands. Because in Hindu culture we fold the hands, nothing, it is only the ritual I consider. So I don't mind while for folding hands like this or like this. It is only ritual. And this is known as the pranamasana in yogasana. So we begin our namaz with pranamasana. Then second posture, that is ruku, which is very important. You can find below. And you have to go in ruku for 12 seconds. But at the same time, when you go in ruku, you have to, because obviously when you are standing, you have to chant the mantras in Quran, that is, it is pranayam. And then when you go to ruku also, then there is a need for jikar, means namasmaran. So namasmaran is there, prarthana is there. And it is for 12 seconds. And this ruku is nothing but quarter shasankasan or ardha uttanasan. So it is yoga. Third posture is for 12 seconds you have to do. Again you have to stand and it is for 12 seconds. Kaya? And it is called Mridunga Bandha, is another yogasana. And fourth is very important, that is sajda. Means you have to put your forehead on the earth. In a Matrabhumi, Pandit ji, Bharat Mata ki Jai, every Muslim actually touches his head to Matrabhumi. How many times? 350 times in a day if he performs 5 times namaz. I am very sorry to say, when that a poor fellow is doing like this, don't call him as a Deshadrohi and all these things. I always say, I am the person to say first Bharat Mata ki Jai, because I am doing it. When I perform namaz, I put my forehead. So this is, the intellectual people must follow, must understand this. And I am standing only for that. And Professor Karad Sahib is doing the same work. And I am working, I am enjoying that work with him for last 12 years after getting retired as a Vice Chancellor from Nagpur University. So sajda means Mridunga Bandha, and then you have to go in sajda, that is the Ardha Shirshasana for 12 seconds. And last posture in namaz, that you have to sit, which is known as a kuddu, and that is in Vajrasana. It is the best example of the Vajrasana. You have to sit only in Vajrasana. Suppose I am old person, I am 74, so if I cannot sit in Vajrasana, I have to sit in the chair. And while sitting in Vajrasana also, you have to make jikar, namasmaran. And if the person sits in Vajrasana, I'm sorry, I will go fast. And the second is what I'm calling, that is the consciousness you can develop, and that is the jikar. This is very, very important, this jikar. What Professor Karad Sahib is called namasmaran, Ram Krishna Hari. What he told in his address on the first day, I am Vishwanath, that is the name by his parents. So name is different. You can call Allah or Rahim in his own words. And I am totally convinced. When I sit before Vitthal in Pandharpur, I can understand I am sitting before God, but this is a form of God, it is a structure. And what I think that I heard yesterday, or today also I think, that is a boy, a child, we have to give some form to the child, otherwise how will understand that it is a God. Jikar, I will not go in Arabic, I know that, but I will not go in unnecessarily, I will not take your time, 1 minute. And this jikar is very, very important. And there are khanka. Khanka means what? They continuously go on practicing jikar and later on develop into Sufi Santa. And that is only because of developed their consciousness. So Khwaja Garib Namaz, Sufi Sant, There are so many Kadri, you know that, because I always give example. There is the Guru of Swami Eknath Maharaj was Swami Janardhan Swami, and Guru of Janardhan Swami was Chand Bodle, who was Muslim, and who was practicing this Jikar and all these things. And there are so many Muslim saints like Sant Muntoji, Baba Maharaj, Sheikh Maharaj, Muhammad Maharaj Sheikh from Srigonda. He has his own Dindi, Warkari. So many. So God is one. We want to give this message through this conference that God is one. Names are different. Practices are the same. And why this hatred? And this is world peace. This we want to do the work. And Professor Karad Sahib wants to bring the world peace by work of this Vishwa Shanti Center, our World Peace Center. And at the end, this I was telling to Professor Bhatkar Sahib that yesterday we enjoyed sitting in cave. And we were making chanting or making zikr, and we enjoyed the bhajan. The same thing is given in Islam. That is in the month of Ramzan. Ramzan is a very divine month considered, because in that month this Pavitra Quran came upon the earth. And in Ramzan you can sit, even in mosque, but make a closure complete, enclose yourself. You cannot see outside anything. You should not see. No, you should not go out of mosque for 5 days or 7 days, whatever the capacity of the individual, at least for 1 day, and go on only performing zikr, namasmaran. And what Muni Vyas has did in the Vyas Puthi and Mahabharata came. So my friends, the message I want to give, that the practices in every religion are the same. We should not unnecessarily have a pride of our own religion. God is very great. He is taking care of everybody. And what Professor Karad Sahib has found, the fragrance in every religion, if that religion, that fragrance, a little part of that fragrance comes to us, our life will be very, very peaceful. And even though today, instead of a lot of scientific development, we have lost peace of mind. What Professor Karad Sahib always says, that अरे बंगला है, सब है, गाड़ी है, लेकिन सोने के लिए नींद की गोलियां लेनी पड़ती है. पहले हमारे पास क्या था, कुछ भी नहीं था, लेकिन people were very happy. So my friends, if we perform these spiritual practices of your own religion, by religion, we will definitely have a peace. And for that, the World Peace Center has come out with book, Hindutva म्हणजे भारत एकात्मता, Muslim द्वेष नव्हे, it is in Marathi. And today we are giving the book to every speaker, that is Hindutva अर्थात भारत एकात्मता, Muslim द्वेष नहीं, which has been also translated. And in Visakhapatnam, one professor is translating it into English. Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Sir. It was an excellent presentation, and we got to know so many things. And that is, I mean, the next session, which is going to be basically focused on confluence. This was an excellent confluence which was brought to us by Pathan sir. Thank you again, sir. Our next speaker and the last speaker for this session is Dr. Samit Khandeparkar. Again, a product of this own institute. Dr. Samit is Assistant Director Research in MIT World Peace University, Pune, Bharat. He has completed his PhD in 2018 from School of Historical, Philosophical and Religious Studies, Arizona State University, Tempe, Arizona, USA. Dr. Khandeparkar has done his MBA in 2007 from Goa, and prior to that his engineering BE in electronics from the same university in 2005. Dr. Khandeparkar is going to talk today on the topic Consciousness of Divine Ancient Literature. Welcome, Dr. Khandeparkar.
Sri Ganeshaya Namah, Sri Saraswati Namah, Sri Gurubhyo Namah. I begin with thanks. I start with my thanks to our revered leader, Professor Vishwanath Karadji, and for creating this platform of MIT-WPU, where we can stand and speak. These are the words of also our executive president, Rahul Karadji. They've always told me that, well, see how beautiful opportunity has been created for us by our leader, Vishwanath Karadji, and that we should be, taking opportunity of it and taking this project forward. And in this regard, I thank Professor Khandare for giving me opportunity to speak. I recognize members on the dais, Professor Bhatkar, and traditional scholars and scientists who are here. And let me speak on consciousness of divine in ancient literature. What I'll speak from Upanishads. Upanishads are one of the most important religious literature of ancient India. They are composed in a time of a great socio-economic change. These are disturbed times, and they encapsulate the markers of change from Vedic ritualism to new religious ideas. They have seeds of religious ideas that can be seen today in contemporary Hinduism, in Buddhism, and also in Jainism. They are part of a larger body of literature called Vedas, and in them we have vocabulary and understanding of consciousness of our ancients. So what I'm trying to do is trying to convey the language and the words of scholars who thought about consciousness thousands of years ago. So that is what is the focus of this presentation. I will speak on Mandukya Upanishad. It's a short Upanishad. It's a very short Upanishad, 12 verses, and it has become famous because of a karika, or what we call a critique on this, written by Gaudpadacharya. It's called Gaudpad Karika. So because of this, this Upanishad is very famous. I actually belong to this tradition of Gaudpadacharya, and but that is not the reason why I have selected this Upanishad. Also, I have not selected it because it is very short, but I hope I convey that. But it is very pertinent to our discussion, that it is a very sort of concise Upanishad, speaks clearly about consciousness and in details of it. So usually we are not much of aware of Advaita being propagated by other scholars, like say Gaudpadacharya. But Gaudpadacharya was the teacher of Shankaracharya, who really established Advaita in India. And so his Gaudpadacharya is a historical figure, but we don't have much. He has not written much other than the Gaudpad Karika. So this is also another complete different tradition, and I so speak on the Mandukya Upanishad. So what Mandukya Upanishad speaks about is 4 things: the existence, entire existence, the spoken word, in this case the Om, time, and consciousness, different states of consciousness. So let's go to this discussion of these scholars, which has happened some at least 2000 years ago, and see what they are talking about. So the first verse starts with the discussion of the Om. And it says, Om is the entire world. It's everything. And whatever that is there in this time, in the past and in future, and beyond that time, it is Om. Everything is Om. So this is the first statement. Second, it says that the Brahman is whole. The Brahman, in this case, in the reference to this Upanishad, Brahman is consciousness, and that's what they're talking about. So the Brahman is the self. It is also the Atma, and it consists of 4 parts. It has 4 parts. So, and it describes the 4 states of consciousness. So as many scientists are there, this is you are to take this as a vocabulary or a discussion by the ancient people on this topic. So I'm not proposing this as this is the truth, but let's start with open mind of what they are saying about the 4 parts of the consciousness. So the first part of the consciousness is Vaishvanara. It's the universal one, and it is situated in the waking state, perceiving what is outside. It has 7 limbs and 19 mouths, and enjoying gross things. So it speaks of a part of consciousness that is present when we are all awake, and it observes this world, and it interacts with what is called stula, I think. Yeah. So the gross objects, whatever that are there. So this part of consciousness interacts with the stool objects, the material objects. The second quarter is called Tejas, and it is the brilliant part of the shining part of the consciousness. It becomes active in sleep, and it deals with the things which are inside. Again, it has this many limbs and this many 9 mouths, which I don't know what they are, but that's what they say, that it has 7 limbs and 19 mouths, and it enjoys the refined things. So the one part of the consciousness enjoys the material, the stula, and this one enjoys the what you call the much more refined things. Yeah. So the third part of the consciousness is called Prajna, and this is intelligence, and it is situated in the state of deep sleep. So this is not the dreaming. So first state is of course the waking state. Then he talks about the sleep, but dreams, and this is the third state of sleep, which is deep sleep, and there are no dreams here. So it's a deep sleep, and the sleeping man entertains no desires or sees no dreams. He becomes one, and thus being a single mass of perception consisting of bliss, and thus enjoys bliss, and having thought as his mouth. So his mouth is our thoughts, and so this part of consciousness enjoys the anand. Yeah, it enjoys the anand. So this is the third part of the consciousness. So this is the Lord of the world and the knower of all, the inner controller. He talks of the consciousness, and yeah, and the fourth part that he talks, and you can see it in the 7th. Those who can understand Sanskrit, in the 7th verse. So this is what he talks about, the fourth part of the consciousness. They consider the fourth part as perceiving neither what is inside nor what is outside, and not even the things together. Not a mass of perception. It is not a mass of perception. It is neither perceiving nor it is perceived, unseen and beyond the reach of ordinary transactions. So this is completely a different level of consciousness, and this is very interesting. So there are 3 parts which are states of mind, and the fourth part is completely ultimately different, and it is indescribable. This is what it is called. It is indescribable, it is unthinkable, and it's tranquil. It's a Shiva, and this is the name that is given to it. It is Shiva, and that is auspicious, and it is nothing like that we know, and therefore it is called Advait. Yeah, Sa Atma and Shivam Advaitam. So it is called Advait. It is nothing like different. So these are now the four states of the consciousness that this Upanishad describes. Having done this, it comes back to the first discussion of the Om, and it again splits Om into 4 different parts. So with respect to the syllabus Om, the entire Om is Atman itself, as the consciousness is a self. Om also is in its entirety is Atman. But then Om is again split into 3 categories. The 3 phonemes, and the 4th one is again invisible and beyond. So the three phonemes what we call akar, ukar or makar in Marathi or in Sanskrit. The first part, A, is again the Vaishvanara, and it is situated again in the waking state, and it is so because it is sort of a so designed either because of it is obtaining, and or it is because it comes first. That is the reason what you call the Vaishvanara is called first, because it is sort of a Adimatva. It's the first. The Ukar, which is the second part of the Om, now matches with the, as you'll see that it matches with the Tejas. That is the in between the Akar and the Makar. And why it is called Ukar is because it is so designed because of its heightening. It gives some sort of Utkarsh, increasing the it is sort of an active principle of consciousness which it takes you up, and also because it is what you call Ubhayatva. It is in between Akar and the Makar. So that is the reason it is also called Ukar. The third state, and it says that anyone who knows this for sure is heightened continuity of knowledge, which is to become common. And a man without the knowledge of Brahman will never be born in the lineage of this person. So somebody who understands this, who is children, will always be are the knowers of the Brahman. So here is a very interesting thing that when Upanishads describe anything, it's not just philosophy, but something practical. As we often talk of Upanishads as some philosophy, but Upanishads also have material in them which is recipes, for cooking food, or day-to-day problems like how to get a son or how to get a daughter, or how to get things done. So it has mantras and ways in which this can be done, and not only the philosophy. The third constituent is again the Makar, which matches with the Prajna, and it is part of the very deep sleep. Again, it is connected to the construction or the apiti, because it is also connected to the destruction. And it says that anyone who knows this, in the 11th verse, anyone who knows this for sure to construct his whole world and become also its destruction. So somebody who understands this can be a great creator and also a destructor of the world. The fourth state it describes is again without this constituent phonemes, and is again the beyond the reach of the ordinary transaction, cessation of the visible world. It is auspicious and unique. Again, Shivam and Advait. So it matches consciousness with the world and it splits it again into three parts, and the fourth part which is invisible and beyond. So that is all I have to speak about this Upanishad, and I hope I'll like to hear some questions from you later on. So this is what our ancient forefathers in that sense have been talking about consciousness and splitting the consciousness into four parts. So for the scientists of today, this is a challenge to interpret and see and test what they have said. With this, I thank you all for giving this opportunity, and I take your leave. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Samit, for elaborating on the Mandukya Upanishad. And I, at the end of the session, express my heartfelt gratitude and thanks to Dr. Karad sir, Dr. Bhatkar sir, Dr. Khandare, Dr. Deepak Ranade sir, my teacher, preacher, Shukla sir, for giving me this, from bringing me here on this platform in this role. And we announced that we are concluding this session. I hand over the mic to Dr. Sumanji.
Thanks, Mr. Girish Atre. Thanks to all the speakers for their enlightening speeches. So I would now like to request Dr. Vishwanath Karadi sir to felicitate all the speakers. Our first speaker, Professor Siddharth Singh. Professor S.N. Pathan. Chopra. Professor S.N. Pathan. Professor Vatsala Swami. Professor Vatsala Swami. Dr. Sabit Khande Parkar. Dr. Rajesh Budkar. Our chairperson, Mr. Girish Atres. Thank you, Vishwanath D. Karar sir, for felicitating all the speakers. We will now have a quick lunch break. We will assemble at sharp at 3 or 3. If it is possible to make it at 3, it will be great. Otherwise, 3:15. Sharp 3:15, we will assemble here again. Thank you so much.
So we are in our sixth session of this conference, and may I have your attention, please? So let us start, and in this session we start with Mr. S.P. Shukla. Let me introduce our first speaker. Mr. S.P. Shukla became a graduate engineer in 1958, and he served for 42 years in engineering field. He retired as an executive director from a well-known international consulting company in 1995. He then served as vice president for a reputed pharma company. He is expert in comparative study of philosophy and modern science, Sanskrit language, and is a great Vedic scholar. Author of several books in English, Hindi, and Marathi. He is going to talk in this session on the topic Confluence of Indian Knowledge System and Modern Science to Understand Reality. Let me ask Mr. S.P. Shukla to speak now.
Namaste. I begin my talk, second talk, with a shloka from Vakyavrutti of Adi Shankara. Sri Krishna, Adi Shankara, and Jnaneshwar Maharaj have been three personalities which have really I get just melted before them with their light of knowledge. But anyway, so Vakyavrutti says, Sargasthiti pralaya hetum achinta shaktim Vishveshwaram vidita vishvam ananta murtim nirmukta bandhanam apara sukhamburashim Sri Vallabham Vimala bodhaganam namami. Meaning is the Srijana, Sthiti and Pralaya, iska jo Swami hai, that is God. Sarga Sthiti Pralaya hetum achinta shaktim. Achinta Shakti hai. Kaisi hai? Finally he says Vishnu, to whom I salute. That is what he says. Last line. Well, this time I will try to give a little idea of the Western approach to reality and the Eastern approach, what is the difference, and then I will concentrate a little bit on the cosmology and cosmogony, and then the essence of Vedanta, and then I will tell you how these two can be, efforts can be made to confluence of the two. The human knowledge can be broadly divided into four parts. I think I will wait till Dr. Karad Sahab takes his chair. These four divisions can be religion and dharma. I am making a distinction between the two. Then philosophy, then science and art. Literature, sports, any other art can be covered in poetry and all that can be in the art, because art is essentially intuitive. Now, what has happened is that in the West, as I earlier said, influenced by reductionism, all the contributions in all these four major areas are all, that characteristic reflects everywhere. And same thing happens in India, where the Indian approach being holistic and subjective, that seeps through all these four. That means almost entire knowledge and knowledge system, these characteristics seep through. I will give you just few examples and then switch over to the other one. Now, you take, for example, religion. Because religion was the first thought of human. And you know, it had started with, obviously, what this world is and who made it and things like that. But anyway, so what happens is that in religion, you will always find that the three Abrahamic religions, they start from rules of conduct. Rules of conduct, prophet's life, theology, and then religion. It goes again from parts to whole. Follow? But in case of dharma starts from quest for reality, what the reality is. And then that is all in Shrutis. And dharma sankalpana is formed and theology in Smritis, which are later. And from there onwards, finally you go to rules of conduct, which are optional. They are discretionary. But in the West, the rules of conduct are mandatory. That's the difference. I don't want to say which is good, which is bad. That's a different thing. I'm not going to say anything about it. It's only an example of how reductionist seeps through religion and how holism seeps through the dharma. Then I'll tell you about philosophy. You will find that philosophy, Western philosophy, really started as a philosophical endeavor from Descartes. That is very late, in 16th century. Before that, philosophy, science was also mixed up with as a natural philosophy in Greece. This is okay, no? Fine. So, in philosophy, after 16th, you will find that it's all individualistic. Spinoza, Descartes, then your Kant or Wittgenstein, latest one, Russell, all these people, you know, they're all individually, they have been talking about reality. And Riencourt, Emmer Riencourt says that what happens is all these philosophers, they have been defining reality, like for example, Kant says thing in itself. Hegel says idea. Schopenhauer says will. Marx says matter. He says what we have achieved is empty verbalization, not at all reality. That is what Riencourt criticizes. But what happens now you compare that with the Indian backdrop, you will find that all philosophies are, including Jain or Buddhist four major and Charvak, they all say either we agree with what Vedas say, or I say we disagree because of this thing. So they are almost like a garland with 12 flowers. Follow? So there is again an interlinking thing. That is, it's a holistic output. Follow? So, and amongst the 6 Vedic systems, the most influential, which has been for centuries, is Vedanta, and amongst that also Shankara Vedanta. So this is religion. Then I go to, this philosophy. Then I go to science. our science was, a lot of things were there, thought over. Perhaps there is no recorded evidence available, but if science was not there, India would never have been flourished, and according to the statistics available from the Western economics itself, they show that as the GDP of India fell down, GDP of US, UK and others went up. And we had contributed about 33 or more than 33% of GDP in earlier era. That means India was flourished. And that's why so many people came from outside and they tried to win over, conquer this place. But forget about it. What I wanted to tell you was that this particular thing tells you that India had progressed even in science, but science that revolved perhaps around religion or perhaps around the low, what you call as phenomenal benefit. But leaving aside that, that's the thing what happened in India. Like for example, I think Shulva Sutras, the Pythagoras theorem was known to us before 400 years of Pythagoras. So, without getting into all these details, I can tell you Wilson's theorem, your what you call the concept of shunya and things like that. All mathematical ideas were there in the ways. But all that started around religious. So now I come to art. Art, though it is intuitive, you will find, I'll give only one or two examples. You take of music. Western music is monophonic. It is essentially orchestral. It is for a group and it needs composition because it is based on harmony. A composer is a must, conductor is a must. And you see the Indian classical music, it is mainly vocal. Instruments are supporting and it is monophonic. Moment you have out of that nad area, if you choose one shadja, all the three saptakas of shadja are fixed and your whole music rendering is fixed. Fixed in the sense, because the basis is melody and not harmony. Follow? So, you see even sculpture art, if you can see the town planning ideas and many other things, you will find that the whole thing is based holistically, which again can be described shortly as parts, whole to parts. So that's the distinction between West and East. West goes from parts to whole and India goes from whole to parts. That's the difference. Now we will switch over to what I could say, we discuss some part of science, but science, even scientists, a group of scientists, they have formed what is called anthropic principle. Anthropic principle lists the series of the happenings for which you cannot give any explanation except chance. Now, I don't wish to give you all the details of items of anthropic principle, but I'll tell you two or three to understand that. Do you know that the electromagnetic force which makes electron to move around a proton at that speed of 1,000 kilometers a second is and why gravity doesn't act on electron, that it falls on proton? The reason is that the ratio between the electromagnetic force and gravity of electron is 10 raised to 39. Can you believe such a figure? 14 billion years can be expressed in terms of 10 raised to 17.6 seconds only. So you imagine, you think that. Follow? So what I want to tell you, with such a difference, Why that came, nobody knows. Why such a huge difference between the gravity for an electron and the electromagnetic force? Because matter must come into existence and must last, and finally humanity must be formed. That is what the anthropic principle says. Anthropic principle in short says that the whole universe has come into being for a conscious being to enjoy it or look at it. Second thing which I will tell you, which is another thing, very interesting thing. For example, let us leave the our life is formed, carbon-based life. There are another two elements with which you can base life, but conditions are very rare. For example, what is that? Well, but that can form links with itself is at a very low temperature. Silicon. But what happens is, if you base life on silicon, when you burn silicon, what comes out is powder, silicon dioxide. So if there is a living being with silicon based living, and if he wants to live on silicon, then within seconds it will die. So that is not possible. Carbon is the only element which, when you burn, it forms carbon dioxide, which is good for breathing and all that. So why that happened? Nobody knows. Why only carbon? Why only left-handed amino acids for under that genetic code? Why only 20 left-handed when there are hundreds and hundreds of left and right-handed amino acids? Nobody knows. Why there was ozone shield on this earth? Why it was formed? Because ozone shield protects you from ultraviolet rays. Why was it formed? Nobody knows. Why a living cell came into being? You can't say why. So like that, there are many points which say. So it finally, science also is now trying to say that it goes towards, through anthropic principle, towards consciousness. Because human being is finally a living being, is a consciousness. Okay, now I had talked to you about these limitations. Now I'll tell you something about cosmogony and cosmology. Cosmology is a standard model, you know, and Alan Guth tried to ward off certain drawbacks. Okay. Certain drawbacks in standard model, and he says that gravity being negative and all other forces as positive, net energy of universe is zero, always. But if that is zero, the problem is that you being a product of that zero, you are zero, but you are not zero. So that explanation goes out. Say, what Vedanta says is that the universal consciousness thought of so kamayad ekoham bahusyam prajayati, and then the universe itself gives it a shape. The universal consciousness, Brahman, gives it a shape, comes into a phenomenal world, phenomenal form, and that is what we see as the world. When it forms that, it is Brahma, and since it requires knowledge, Saraswati is concerned. When it remains during the period, it is Vishnu, then it becomes Lakshmi, because Sampada is the wealth of the whole universe. And when it goes into Pralaya, it becomes Mahesh, and it requires power, so it's Shakti, Shiva Shakti. That is how the cosmogony has told you this. Finally, what it says is, consciousness is pervading everything, whether it is a transcendental, nominal reality or phenomenal reality. So consciousness is prime, and consciousness is something which must be our basis of our thinking. And I told you, explained you about quantum mechanics and things like how they are tilting towards consciousness. So confluence between Vedanta and science, and essentially modern science, is possible. It may take some time, but someday it will come true. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. S.P. Shukla, for this wide range of areas of intellectual quest that you discussed. And we are in the first World Conference on Consciousness, the Ultimate Reality at Pune. And now we will have our next speaker, Mr. Girish Atre. Mr. Girish Atre is Director, Srujan Foods Private Limited, that manufactures biscuits for Parle. He has an MBA from Satya Sai University. He has an MBA from Pune University. On the spiritual side, he has taken Diksha from Sri Gurudev Sri Srinivas Ji Shamrao Katkar in Sri Vidya Akhanda Mahayog. Mr. Atre will be talking today on the topic of quantum confluence. I must also mention that he has had training in classical vocal music from late Pandit Jasraj. May I invite our next speaker.
Om Shri Ganesh Guru Shivachidambareshwara Kula Ishta Devatabhyo Namo Namaha. Offering my most humble salutations at the lotus feet of Lord Ganesha, Jnaneshwar Mauli, my Diksha Guru, Param Pujya Sri Srinivas Ji Shamrao Katkar, my teacher, preacher, Shukla sir, respected founder and the architect of this whole institute, Dr. Karad sir, Dr. Bhatkar sir, Deepak ji, Kandare sir, all the esteemed organizers, esteemed speakers, and the esteemed audience. Shortage of time, so we'll directly start the topic. Bhatkar sir yesterday mentioned that imagination is an extraordinary faculty with us. So I would like all of us to imagine one thing. Imagine we are watching a movie in City Pride. What exactly is a movie technically, we must know, most of us know. It is a sequence of still photographs. One still photograph comes, appears, disappears. Next one comes, appears, disappears. And this happens 24 times in 1 second. So we have 24 appearances and disappearances in 1 second of something which is still. And that stillness, because of the limitations of our eyes, is giving us an effect of a continuous event. That stillness is making us cry. That stillness is making us laugh. Why? Because of the limitations of our eye. Our eye cannot fathom 24 appearances and 24 disappearances in 1 second. And quantum physics now says that life itself is a quantum movie. Because the whole universe, along with all of us, appears and disappears millions of times in one moment. Imagine, in one moment we are appearing and disappearing, millions, billions of times in one moment. If we cannot fathom a stillness of a movie, can we fathom this stillness? That is how we are perceiving this universe, which is actually something, and we are perceiving it as something else. That is Brahma Satyam Jagan Mithya. That is the first confluence. It is not, mithya means it's not false, it's a mistaken identity. The universe is something, the reality is something, we are perceiving it as something else. So this is the first confluence, Brahma Satyam Jagan Mithya. Now, imagine somehow we prepare a pause button and we pause at the moment when the whole universe is in the disappearance state. Quantum physics says that at that state, everything exists in possibilities. Everything exists in possibilities. And when it comes into actualization, in possibilities, you exist in innumerable possibilities. I am here, I am in New York, I am on moon, I am on sun,
I'm in different galaxy, I'm everywhere, and I'm nowhere. There are innumerable possibilities in which the universe exists. But when it comes into the reality, I'm here right now. You are here right now. That is the only possibility which actualizes. So, quantum physics says that these possibilities do not actualize by themselves. Now, just try to imagine one more thing. Imagine 1 crore rupees coming into my bank account or your bank account. Imagine a possibility of 1 crore rupees coming into your bank account, say. As long as it is a possibility, it's your account or my account, okay. If it is an actuality, then I might try to snatch it. But imagine a possibility of 1 crore rupees coming into your bank account. Imagine another possibility of Mercedes-Benz launching a new model of 1 crore. Now try to add those possibilities. By adding those possibilities, are we going to get a Mercedes at my door? Obviously not. That is what quantum physics says, that possibilities do not actualize by themselves. So there must be an outside agency. You must actually infuse 1 crore rupees from outside the bank to inside the bank. So imagine bank as a closed system and you as an outsider. Quantum physics is pointing out towards that fact that consciousness is outside the gross reality. I am saying gross reality. The reality which we can perceive, the consciousness is beyond that gross reality, and it is causing that collapse of the wave function. It is actualizing the possibilities to the actual reality, perceptible reality. So this is the next point which quantum physics is showing us. First is the world exists in possibilities, they actualize, they do not actualize automatically. And now it says that consciousness is actualizing those possibilities, but you are the consciousness. You are creating the reality for yourselves. How? In the morning session, Deepak Ranade-ji also mentioned, which modern science has already shown us, that photons are invisible. Quantum means the smallest unit of anything. Quantum of light is a photon. Modern science shows that photons are invisible. Light is not bright. Light is dark. Light is not bright. You impart brightness to the light. That is what modern science is pointing out towards. Till photons enter your retina, they hit your retina, they are dark. They are invisible. A chain of events starts. There is no light in the brain. Brain is a mushy liquid. So photons are invisible. There is no light in the brain, and you create the world of sight. So it is clear that you are creating the world for yourself. This is Aham Brahmasmi. Aham Brahmasmi, but you don't know about it. That is the fact. The statement is Aham Brahmasmi, but the fact is we don't know it. How to know it? My Gurudev, Srinivasji Katkar, has lucidly elaborated on this by taking Jnaneshwar Mauli's Abhanga. How to know it? See, right now we are in a state of perception. It is you and the universe. See, you are the subject, universe is the object. You are experiencing the universe. You and the universe. From this state of experience or this state of awareness, we have to shift to you are the universe. Aham Brahmasmi means you are the universe. How? Jnaneshwar Mauli says, Tene mukti chari sadhi elya. There are 4 stages in which you can experience this, which Bhagavad Gita has told, Salokya, Samipya, Sadrushya, and Sayujya. In the first 3 states, it is you and the world, you and the universe. 4th stage is you are the universe. So my Gurudev has elaborated on this because Jnaneshwar Mauli has in most of the abhangs kept some things for you to explore. He wants you to put in the efforts and explore it. He has just said, Tene mukti chari sadhi elya. he has not mentioned the muktis, those Salokya, Samipya, Sadrushya and Sayojya. Right now, see, we are in India. We know Modi is our Prime Minister. So we say we are in Modi's country and we are ready to follow his rules. But I mean, I used to perceive that ki Kasba Ganpati's temple is in my city. I used to say that. I used to feel that Kasba Ganpati's temple is in my city. And my Gurudev told me ki you think otherwise. You think that you are in Kasba Ganpati's kingdom. If you start feeling that, then you must know the rules laid down by Kasba Ganpati, na? If you are ready to follow Modi's rules, then you must know Ganpati's rules and you must be able to, you must be ready to follow them. That is the state of perception which is Salokya. The next is Samipya. Imagine a child playing in a garden. In the evening, mother takes him to garden. The child starts playing, but it is assured that his mother is there. The moment the child feels that the mother is not there, he gets restless. But as long as he is playing with that awareness that his mother is there, he is fearless. This fearlessness with the awareness that God is with me, that is the second state of fearlessness, that is Samipya. Third state is Sadrushya, which is being like God. See, the most important facet of God is selfless love. And the selfless love which the mother has for her child, to that extent, mother is like God. So we must try to attain godly qualities and become like God. And the fourth state, we are God. I am the universe. Aham Brahmasmi. So this is how this needs to be elaborated, which my Gurudev has elaborated. And how to attain this? Jnaneshwar Mauli says, Tene mukti chari sadhi elya, Harimukhe mhana, punyachi ganana kon kari. Now why these 2 times Harimukha? 2 times Harimukha is, first is you chant the name physically through your mouth. And we listen to the Atharva Shirsha, Tvam Chatvari Vakpadani, 4 stages of Vani, Para Pashyanti Madhyama Vaikhari. The physical chanting is through the Vaikhari state. But the sound then goes at the mental level. You can imagine, right now we are sitting, then I can imagine, okay, my son in my house, and I can mentally also relate to it visually, mental vision and mental sound also. I can experience me talking to him also. So that is a mental sound, that is some sort of a crude explanation for Madhyama. So this Vaikhari level sound makes a vibration at Madhyama level, and Harimukha is the name of a nadi in our Pranamaya Kosha. Our Pranamaya Kosha has 72,000 nadis, out of which one nadi is named as Harimukha, which starts from here and ends here. So while initiating Diksha, the Guru activates this nadi and then initiates the mantra from this nadi. So if at the Madhyama level that Harinama makes vibration through this nadi, then only it generates enormous punya. Punyachi ganana kon kari. Coming back to Devachiye Dwari, it is said that you must, my Gurudev says, ki you treat your human birth as an entrance gate to consciousness. Treat your own human birth as an entrance gate to consciousness. And Ubha Kshanabhari would mean ki our lifespan of 100 years is like a moment looking at the age of the universe, the yugas and the mahayugas and the kalpas. Our life is momentary. So using our momentary human birth, by treating it as an entrance gate to consciousness, chant Harinama through Harimukha Nadi, and attain all 4 states of awareness, all 4 states of mukti. So this is what I mean by confluence. In the first, we try to understand the confluence of Brahma, Satyam, Jagan, Mithya, the appearance and disappearance, the possibilities and actualization. Possibilities cannot actualize by themselves. So you need consciousness to actualize those possibilities. That consciousness is within you. You are that consciousness. Aham Brahmasmi. And try to realize that state.
Tene Mukti Chari Salokya Samipya Sadrusya and Sayujya. I think this is what is my understanding of confluence, which I can try my best to put in this 15 minutes. So I once again thank all the eminent founders, chief guests, eminent speakers, and the esteemed audience. I conclude my session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Atre, for this great speech on the confluence of quantum mechanics, quantum physics, and Advait. I would now like to invite Mr. Ramesh Vishnu Date to speak. Mr. Date is a theoretical physicist and a practical spiritualist. Please, sir.
Thank you. I thank the organizers for giving me opportunity to say something in this conference. First, we will start with the Guru Vandana, our usual procedure. On the left side, I have shown Jnanadeva, who represents the Vedic Sampradaya. While on the right side, we have modern philosophers, and although they look like two, they are one. Say, consciousness and reality, perspective of Jnaneshwara, if we start with the perspective of Jnaneshwara, it starts from the Brahman, the absolute consciousness and the only reality in the universe. And next to that is the Paramatma. What we mean by that is the who rules the multiverses. Now if we see that this is a human-centric theory, it is assuming that the God is like humans. We need knowledge and energy to do anything. So it is assumed that God also will need Maya for creating the universe, for running the universe. This all is a manifestation of mind. Actually, the Brahman doesn't need Maya to control and create the multiverses. And whatever is created by mind is not real. Only reality is Brahman. But Brahman is indifferent to anything in the universe. He is indifferent whether universe exists or doesn't exist. He exists all the time. So in reality, Brahman is not the correct entity to solve our problems. Our problems are different. We are living beings. And so the Jnaneshwara or the Vedic Parampara has created a beautiful mechanism to correlate Brahman and us. They introduce an entity called Saguna. What is Saguna? They will say it is equivalent to the Brahman, or we can say that a Maya river flows, on one side is a Brahman, other bank is Saguna, and there is a quantum tunnel in between which joins Saguna and Nirguna. And the beauty of the Vedic theory is that it says that you try to understand Nirguna, you try to keep Nirguna at your heart, but at your brain or at your intellect or in your head, you keep Saguna. And in that way, we can solve our problems. We can quickly go to the next slides, because this absolute and quantum, all other, they are in Vedic theories only. Vedic theory says about Advaita. But when we talk about Advaita, it is an unknown thing. And to overcome the problem, we start from the known things. Say we want to communicate, I want to communicate with you. I can start either with me or with you, and then come to we. Say we is a union of I and you. Like that, quantum perspective starts from duality. It says there is a duality of wave and particle. And after that, they will say that wave and particle is one and the same thing. It means again it is an Advaita. It is not only in quantum, but it is in all fields. Say in Einstein's equation, E is equal to mc square. First he says that energy is different, mass is different. Then he equates both of them and achieves the Advaita between mass and energy. Similar thing is with the living beings. We say there is a living being, there is an environment. And then we say that living being and environment are only one, they are not two. So we can conclude that we are going to the Advaita, whatever system, whether it is a physical system, non-physical system, a Vedic theory or a modern physical theory, they are all descriptions of the Advaita because nothing exists other than Advaita. So whatever we talk about, whatever we try to understand about, it is all about Advaita actually, but we give it them a different name because that is the way we can understand. And we can say in quantum physics, the first important thing is symmetries. And what is the first symmetry? First symmetry is Brahman. Brahman exists whether universe exists or not. Then there is a hierarchy of symmetries, plenty of symmetries. I can point out at least 30, 40 symmetries in various fields. Then we talk about duality. Duality is supposed to be a concept of quantum. But actually quantum is Advaita only. It is start with duality, but there are plenty of phenomena which describe duality. Fundamentally is I and you, a individual and a society. Like that, there is a Saguna Nirguna, Brahman Maya, Shiva Shakti, Purusha Prakriti, Atman, non-Atman, and plenty of other. Then what we say is that when we try to describe duality, we start approaching unity. Say we say there is an interference. Interference means what? The wave and particle, they interact with each other. Then they say that is an uncertainty principle. What is uncertainty principle? Uncertainty principle is a limit to the capacity to know. Now I am a knower and you are the known thing. Say I and you. The more I will know about myself, the less I will know about yourself, and the vice versa. The more I will try to understand you, I will have to forget something about myself. That is the uncertainty principle of knowledge, and uncertainty is then extended to various fields, but it is labeled as a quantum phenomena. Then there are hidden variables. Say I do something and there is some result. Now I know that some inputs are known, some inputs are unknown. So the difference between the karma and its result, whatever are the hidden variables, then the quantum thinks about the entangle at a distance. What is entanglement at a distance? This year's Nobel Prize was given to the proving this phenomena, that if there are two entities which have a same origin, remember the important word is of same origin, and then there is a entanglement. It means they are united all the way, however apart they go. A simple example is like a mother and a child. Mother and a child, they are in an entanglement. That is not a quantum phenomena, but it is labeled as a quantum. In fact, it is an Advaita phenomena. The child and mother are in Advaita. Something happens to the child, the mother knows instantaneously. There is no time lag probably, or maybe that she knows it earlier. Next, if we say non-locality, non-locality, it means there is a question there, are you all attentive? Or is it a case that your body is here and your mind is somewhere else? That is non-locality. A physical body is here and mind is somewhere else. That is a non-locality. But we say that this is a quantum phenomena. Is it a quantum phenomena? All these phenomena are related to you and me. They are related to Advaita. And in fact, everything we take, there is a tunneling effect. It is said this is a quantum phenomena. It means what? There is an unsurmountable obstacle in between. I have no energy to pass through that obstacle or overcome that obstacle. But if we have everyday experience, one example I can give is that if there is a sincere devotee and he prays for something, he can overcome the obstacle. I have experienced such phenomena of tunneling several times in my life. I have come into so many problems and somehow the problems got solved. I had no energy to solve that problem. But how the problem gets solved? It is a tunneling effect. I got help from somebody else, or I hired help from somebody else, or good wishes from somebody else, and then after some time I returned that. And that is called the tunneling effect. This tunneling is said as a quantum phenomena, and it is not a quantum. The whole thing I want to emphasize is that whatever is the description, it goes to Advaita. And as I said, what is real and unreal? Whatever is made by mind is unreal. The duality is made by mind, so duality is unreal. Then what is the solution? Say, if you understand Brahman or you experience Brahman, you will experience that nothing else is true. The universe, the I, the Ishwar, God, Paramatma, Atma, all are unreal. If that is the situation, what are the consequences that if I deny God's existence? If I deny God's existence, the consequences are low ethical and moral values, then irresponsible consumption and production, then there is an extreme individualism. We are experiencing all these problems in our life, in our society. There is a great divide between the poor and the nations, rich nations. There are problems of poverty at one side. There is a overproduction and overconsumption on the other side. So our problems are different and what solutions are different. So finally we have to understand what exactly we want. We want peace, harmony and unity on one side, and on the other side, these are 17 goals which are announced by you as this year's goal. What is the first goal in that? Eradication of poverty. Second goal is eradication of hunger. And the last goal is cooperation between the nations. Now, how are we going to achieve all that? What is its relation with the topic we are talking of, consciousness and reality? So we have to understand how do we achieve our goals by understanding consciousness and reality. And here is a takeaway message. I say that God doesn't exist, but if your child or a grandchild asks you, does God exist? Please tell him, yes, the God exists, because you are the God for him. A child has a mother as his God, and at some other stage, the child is a God for mother. And in the similar manner, to explain it better, I will say that our Mother Earth is now 4.5 billion years old. She needs our help. We have to protect it. We have to nourish it. We have to bridge the gap between those who have and those who do not have. And that we can say that keep Brahman in your heart. Say Nirguna is at your heart, but keep relativity or Saguna in your head or in your, and the third is that keep your mind happy. start working on something, work for something, be creative, and these three principles are represented in Vedic theory as Sat, Chit, and Ananda. So that is the way we reach Sat, Chit, and Ananda. That should be our message and goal, and that's all I wanted to tell you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramesh Date, and speaking in time. And Mr. Date spoke on consciousness and reality, a post-quantum Dhaneshwar perspective. Our next speaker is Mr. Raghavan Kohli. Mr. Raghavan Kohli is an author, founder, and a motivational speaker. He has authored novel series The Conqueror of Destiny, Mechanical Engineering. He is a mechanical engineering graduate from Savitribai Phule University, Pune University. He is going to talk today on the topic, The Blueprint of Unique Thinking and Memories. All yours, sir.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Just a small thing. We need to arrange a bit. I'm so happy right now today because I'm so grateful I'm here. So I actually say I offer my wishes towards Honorable Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir, Honorable Dr. Vijay Bhatkar sir, respected chairperson, and all the amazing and kind souls present over here. I'm going to start my session with the topic, the blueprint of unique thinking and memories. So let's start this topic with the best example I have ever observed in the whole world. First, if there are 5 animals in the jungle, lion, cheetah, monkey, elephant, giraffe. Tallest is giraffe, largest is elephant, fastest is cheetah. Between monkey and lion, smarter is monkey. But the king of jungle we call the lion. Lion doesn't possess any single God-gifted quality. Still, he's king of jungle because the simple thing, consciousness, he is fully aware what he is. He never ever looks around. He knows he's roaring enough to shut them off. Because of that, he's fully aware. Human beings, when they actually go for this consciousness, they invent tremendously, amazingly things they never ever could have. Let me give you a small example. Aryabhatta sir invented zero. But why Aryabhatta sir gave the shape of zero as a circle? Why Aryabhatta sir didn't think of triangles, quadrilaterals, square? I must tell you, Aryabhatta sir, the greatest genius on this planet from India, he actually woke up a day, he woke up. And at sunrise, he thought about it, he looked around, he observed, din ki shuruaat, raat ki shuruaat, the start of the day, the start of the night, because of sun and moon, both have circular shapes, and because of that, he gave the shape of zero as a circle. The greatest genius born ever. If he's actually going for the things around him, what are we gonna do that? We are going to do the same thing. Just look around. The consciousness is actually asking you question. Are you observing the things? So let me give you the biggest formula of consciousness. First, observation. Second, imagination. Third, application. I will proceed this session with one more example. Many years before, mechanical engineers invented engine. But every single mechanical engineer was so confused. Why should we design a bike like a bike? Why bike doesn't look like this laptop, stage, podium, bottle, mic? That time, that engineer actually stood in front of a mirror and he got the best design in the whole world. That never changed till now. That will never change till infinity. Let me give you an example. We have eyes. Bike has headlights. We have ears. Because of that, हमें पीछे का सुनाई देता है. Bike has side mirrors. Because of that, पीछे का दिखाई देता है. We have heart, pumping. Bike has engine. We have legs. Bike has tires, wheels. अगर सामने वालों को कहना बाजू हट, we have voice. Bike has horn. पेट, खाना, stomach, food, meal. Bike has petrol, fuel tank. We have हाथ, hand. वहाँ पे bike के पास handle. That's what I want to tell you. The consciousness is so powerful. They are actually asking the consciousness, the ultimate reality, every single day, that is asking us, are you going to observe me? Are you going to observe? Are you going to imagine? Are you really going for these inventions? I fell in love with the engineering because of this thing. I observe a lot. So what is that? Because of which we actually are not aware of fully ourselves. The reason is 95% times we think about the people. 95% problems of your life will be automatically solved if you just delete the people from your mind. 95%. The ratio is so high, the percentage is so high. If you are actually going for our smiles, I must tell you, every single day you feel like amazingly, awesomely, tremendously alive. And because of that, every single time you feel conscious, fully aware of your activities, fully aware of your actions, fully aware of your decision making. Let me give you a small example on that. Many years before, actually, when someone, the greatest ever born in the history of India, Naneshwar Mauli ji, Tukaram Maharaj ji, they meditate a lot, no doubt in that. But the most important thing is they isolated themselves for some time, for some minutes. And because of that, they get answers. I must tell you, you all are supreme. You all are supreme. You just need to find that answer within yourself. And you will do that once you delete the people from your mind. The ratio is 95%, I am telling you. 95%. Actually, I don't overthink. Mostly people have the same problem because of which we are not actually living in the ultimate reality. The problem is overthinking. Why do we overthink? We overthink because we never ever believe in our first thought. Believe in that. That's Ganpati Bappa ka Ashirwad. God is showing you dream. God is showing you something because at that time, the things you actually observed, no one could have observed ever. So believe in that. And because of that, I must tell you, you will feel like alive every single moment of your life, every single moment of your life. Let me give you one more example. I believe in examples actually. I observe a lot because I always believe vibes are more important than words. Sometimes silence speaks a lot. Yes or no, sir? It speaks a lot because that time words will never come into play. Silence will come into play. And at that time you can sense the silence and actually you can be fully aware of consciousness, the ultimate reality. These all things are connected. Observation, imagination, application, every single thing. Even your kid, जेव्हापर्यंत आपल्या स्वतःच्या मुलांच्या चेहऱ्यावर स्माइल येत नाही, आपल्या चेहऱ्यावर स्माइल येत नाही. That is the basic truth. We live for our children. So we need to connect with them. We need to be fully aware of what are they doing, what are they really doing. You must go. It's just like baby steps. And because of that, they will share you the content, because of which you will get a smile. And once you get the smile, your dimag, आपका जो दिमाग रहेगा, ठंडा हो जाएगा. There are so many comedians all over the world, especially in Maharashtra. I can refer भाऊ कदम. उनके जोक्स पे हम जब खुल के हंसते हैं, हमारा दिमाग ठंडा हो जाता है. That's the beauty of happiness. That's the beauty of consciousness, the ultimate reality. It is asking you to be happy every single moment of your life. And because of that, once you find your smile every single time, you will get the solutions. And those solutions will be unique. Those solutions will be extraordinary. Those solutions will be like, you will feel like, I have invented this thought. Kindly pay attention over here. What do I do for real, ultimate reality or consciousness? The best lines, I must say now, please look up. Whenever I am driving my car, riding my bike, whenever I get any kind of thought, if I am having my lunch, dinner, whatever it is, please look up. What do I do? This is my mobile phone. I just do this. Look up. This is nothing but notepad. I instantly put that thought in my notepad. Because that thought will never ever come in my life. And these are nothing but more than 200 and 400 lines a day. And this is nothing but my 4th book coming up right now. The reason is very simple. Every single time your experience, your consciousness, your amazing observations are telling you, write it down. You will get the best benefit of your life. Your children will get that vibe. You must be knowing that word aura, vibes. It is supreme. Once you enter your home, your aura speaks a lot. Your aura speaks a lot. तुमचा दिवस जर चांगला गेलेला नसेल, तुम्ही जसं घरामध्ये पाय ठेवतात, तुमचे मुलं मुली किचनमध्ये जाऊन मम्मीला सांगतात, पप्पांचा रागात दिसतोय आजचा चेहरा. The real things, they sense vibes. Just like that, I must tell you, we are born for sensing the real, ultimate reality, consciousness. Imbibe that. Once you imbibe these things now, you will get amazingly outcomes, amazingly. You can see me smiling. I was sitting over there, I was smiling. Every single person was looking at me. Why is he smiling so much? The reason is very simple. I am so happy. I don't overthink. Why don't I overthink? Because I live in present. That's what you do. But because of some circumstances, we don't pay attention towards ourselves. It's time to see within ourselves. And you will get the solution. I'm betting you on that. Because I have done that in just recent 3-4 years. I read books a lot. And the most important point of reading a book is you isolate yourself. You isolate yourself for that moment. And because of that, I must tell you, you get different examples of your life. Tell your children these examples and the children will be in awe of you. He will be totally amazed at you. He will tell their kids, their friends, whatever the surrounding is there, they are going to tell them, my father is so chill, my mom is so chill, my mom is so cool, my father is so cool. Why? Because you can connect with them with their examples. It is real time that we should actually concentrate on these things. In different speeches, I always request every single person where in audience, I request that after 10 p.m., just get your mobile phones, all of it. Families के चारों के mobile phones collect करो after 10 p.m. Make a Pandora box, उसके अंदर mobile phones डाल दो, lock कर दो और ऊपर रख दो. After 10 p.m. you must go for your family chat. आपका mind इतना तेज होगा, you get relaxation. And because of that, while sleeping, you will get a peaceful sleep. The peace of mind is your children's smiles. Tell them, be with them. The consciousness right now in this digital world is a family. In our family, if you are actually going for the happiness thing, every single person in the whole family will always take care of you, will always go for your attention. And that's why I must say, aura speaks, vibe speaks. So I must tell you, gentlemen, consciousness, the ultimate reality, the blueprint of unique thinking and memories is nothing but your face ka smile. If you are smiling now, every single person will be in awe of you. He will always go for your thoughts. He will always go for your attentiveness. He will always go for your attention. He will always look like, this guy is gonna be awesome. I must be with him. I must be with her. That is how we should proceed in our lives. So, I must tell you, I'm so glad I'm here right now today. I actually feeling so grateful. I present my gratitude towards, once again, Honorable Dr. Vishwanath Karar sir, Honorable Dr. Vijay Bhatkar sir, and all the dignitaries on the dais and lovely audience. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kohli, for that very enthusiastic presentation. And now we will have our last speaker. Our last speaker is our own Professor Dr. Jayant Khandare. Dr. Khandare is a professor, director of School of Consciousness. Please.
Thank you, Sumit. We are awaiting for a last session of Dr. Vijay Bhatkar. We have been hearing, extensive understanding of consciousness and the reality. Although I was the last speaker, I am a organizer, so I am going to mention 2 minutes about what is the School of Consciousness and how it has come, because we can sing a song of philosophy, mind, matter, day and night. It can serve us a breakfast, but it doesn't serve us a dinner. And therefore, I think when there was a pandemic time when Sir and all of us realized that we'll have to be at homes and probably for months, maybe for 6 months and a year, Dr. Karad sir thought that MIT should start a school of a consciousness for one aspect, that the researchers and the scientists who are the future part of this country, who is going to take us into the 21st century, as far as Swami Vivekananda mentioned, that India will be the country to be monitored, country to be actually observed. And therefore, the scientists of future time have to be conscious about what they do it. So in the realm of that context, the School of a Consciousness has been emerged. It has been constituted. It is a part of an MIT-WPU. It has its own autonomousity. It has a bridge and interface between what we have been hearing since yesterday and future science. We'll be innovators. We will be scientists that will compete actually a best of a science that actually Western world, as well as what our ancient Eastern world of a science has mentioned. But last 200 years, probably this gap has been broadened, and we see that the innovations are actually depleting. So in that context, I would welcome anyone from this audience to visit School of a Consciousness, which is about 50 to 100 feet from here. And I assure you, the school that has been begun is a new initiative, new beginning for a research in this school. We can dream of future scientists, innovators, probably in the list of Nobel laureates, and that is what is the responsibility that me and my team has taken. Thank you very much. We have two guests today to speak today. I would welcome our own Sanskrit master legend to come here and speak. तुम्ही येणार आणि इथं बोलणार का? Following that, you might take a dais for two minutes.
Om Kalyananidhanam Kalimalamathanam Pavanam Pavanana Kalyananidhanam Kalimalamathanam Pavanam Pavananam Patheyam Yanmumuksho sapadi parapada praptaye prasthitasya kalyananam nidhanam Vishramassthanamekam kavivaravachasam Jivanam sajjananam Bijam dharmadrumasya prabhavatu bhavatam Bhutaye Ramanama Kalyananam Nidhanam Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Aimanyah न केवलं भारतवर्षे परं विश्वमण्डले जगदीतले सर्वप्रथमम् अस्माकं या बुद्धिः अस्माकं या आचारधर्मः तत्रत्या साधुता सत्यता असत्यता इत्यस्मिन् विषये चिरस्मरणीयं दिनद्वयम् इदं विश्वमहाधिवेशनं सर्वेषां कल्याणकराणां विश्वशांति विश्वविद्यालय संस्थापकानां न केवलं नाम्ना गुणसमुच्चयेन विश्वनाथानां ते विश्वनाथाः सन्ति यत्र सत्यं शिवं सुन्दरमेव विलसति तादृशानाम् इयम् अनितरसाधारिणी प्रवृत्तिः विश्वकल्याणं विश्वशान्तता विश्वैक्यम् इदं तृतीयं विना न किमपि काङ्क्षते तदर्थं तैः महान् उपकारः न केवलं भारतवर्षस्य विषये विश्वमण्डलस्य कृते विश्वकल्याणकारकम् इदं यत् महाधिवेशनदिनद्वयेन सम्पन्नं तत्र समापनकाले मम तु अज्ञानवशात् मोहसञ्जातः शब्दद्वयं संस्कृतं वक्ष्यामि। सोमनाथप्राणप्रतिष्ठासमये डॉक्टर राजेन्द्रप्रसादानाम् उपस्थितौ अन्तिमश्वासपर्यन्तं संस्कृतं लक्ष शिशूनां संस्कृतम् इति काचन मदीया प्रतिज्ञा विद्यते। अतः निमिषद्वयं मया भिक्षात्वेन प्रार्थितं संस्कृतं वक्तुं, यत्र दिनद्वयस्य अत्र सम्पन्नस्य चर्चासत्रस्य संक्षेपः मया विलिख्य डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराडानां, डॉक्टर विजय भटकराणां या सर्वश्रेष्ठा बुद्धिमत्ता विद्यते विश्वस्य, तत्र मया लिखित्वा समर्पितं। तत् प्रतिविवाहमङ्गलं पुण्यावाचनपञ्चकं क्रियते। मया पञ्चवाक्यैः पुण्यावाचने इदं समाप्यते यत् ॐ तत्सवितुः वरेण्यं तत्सवितुः सूर्यनारायणस्य वर्णीययोग्यं वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि भर्गः नाम तत्तेजः तस्य ध्यानं वयं सर्वे कुर्मः। धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् सः भगवान् सूर्यनारायणः अस्माकं सद्बुद्धिं वितरतु, बुद्धिजागृतता अत्र अस्तु। कॉन्शियसनेस अल्टिमेट रियालिटी, अंतिमं सत्यं। जागृति उत्तिष्ठत जाग्रत प्राप्य वरान् निबोधत, तत्र या जागृति दैट इज कॉन्शियसनेस। अतः अहं ब्रह्मास्मि तत्त्वमसि अयमात्मा ब्रह्म इति महावाक्यचतुष्टयं भगवत्पूज्यवादैः आद्य शंकराचार्यैः चतुर्णाम् आचार्यपीठानां कृते यत् दत्तमासीत्, अहं ब्रह्मास्मि तत्त्वमसि अयमात्मा ब्रह्म, इदमेव तात्पर्यं दिनद्वयस्य अस्य अस्माकं महासम्मेलनस्य। तदेव सच्चिदानन्दरूपं सत् चित् आनन्दः। तदर्थम् उत्तिष्ठत जाग्रत प्राप्य वरान् निबोधत इति प्रार्थ्य मया विरम्यते। नमो नमः।
I invite now to Srinivas Kumar Irapottu, who has come from Chennai.
My most humble pranams. Not sufficient? Okay. This is okay. My most humble pranams to the all-pervading Paramatma in the infinite Jivatma forms. Two scintillating days at Maharashtra Institute of Technology, World Peace University. What lovely names. And my hearty congratulations to Dr. Vishwanath Karad. I have no words in expressing the most scintillating performance of Dr. Karad, for the simple reason that our family fully knows what education is all about, right from my father's 1959 days, where he was running our educational institutions for 35 years, and I continued it for 25 more years, and closed it in the year 2014. Just for the reason that we could not shape up what Dr. Vishwanath Karad is doing today or over the last 20, 30 years. I have no envy on this matter. Why should I envy? My other farm is performing there, and my other farms are performing here.
and we are all part and parcel of the same divinity. We are divine beings in human form and have chosen infinite consciousness levels of our own choices, and the 800 crore population is living in that many varieties of consciousness, which from one school of thought I have learnt can be probably classified as, for convenience of understanding, as S1 to S6. S1s are those people. Actually, we are copying Maslow's hierarchy with a certain elevation. S1 are those people who have difficulty to live for today. S2s are those who might live their life for the next 3 months to 6 months and do not know what life is all about. So food, clothing, and shelter, the basic requirements of what is wanted. If somebody can understand this hierarchy of S1 to S6, and they can beautifully follow this, and especially the political leadership and the responsible citizens, I think many of the problems can be solved. Let's see how it is. S3s are those people who are the majority lot and are about almost like 70 to 80% of the world population. They would have experimented a little in life, but beyond that, they felt that life is very risky to take experiments, that they'll settle down somewhere. They may settle down as peons, office assistant, or maybe even as a general manager of an organization, or a political assistant of reputation, but they will settle down somewhere under the backs of somebody else. So this is the 70 to 80% of the world population, unlike Dr. Vishwanath Karad, who has got the guts and the free will to do what his consciousness basically wants to do. And there might be several other people out here, and I could get a glimpse of them in these wonderful 2 days. So it is the S3s which are also becoming a big problem for this world. But at the same time, I have all respects for S1s to S6. Why? Because they are all part and parcel of the same universal consciousness, but in different levels at the moment today. That's all. So there is nothing wrong about each one being at their respective consciousness levels. No problem. But they getting stuck at that consciousness level and taking multiple births may be a problem or may not be a problem also. But in this birth, we have studied the lower kindergarten, the upper kindergarten, first standard, graduation, PG and PhDs. Normally, we prefer to do it once a time. We don't want to study LKG or fifth standard 5 times, 6 times, 7 times. So why take multiple births when man considers himself as the most intelligent being? And yes, really man is the most intelligent being, and he is beyond intelligence and part and parcel of that super consciousness. So why not do it faster than before? And why not we establish that world peace and harmony that we are thinking of, and Dr. Vishwanath Karad is rightly representing. So therefore, sir, I completely promise my fullest of fullest support to you. Why? Because right from my childhood, from my 3rd standard onwards, I was 1 foot material and 1 foot spiritual, and even today I remain the same. And that gives me a golden opportunity to understand the material world, right up to the remote controllers of this world, quote and unquote. I hope you understand what I'm talking about. And I also can decently understand what the spiritual beings are talking here. So I get the great opportunity to understand both the material world and the spiritual world. So as a result of this, I would like to be a humble bridge. But at the same time, I will not undervalue myself. I will not ever allow myself and yourself to be said as small human beings. Don't allow anybody to hereafter say that you are small human beings. How dare anybody say that? How dare you allow yourself to say that? We are forever and ever divine beings, either in deep sleep or partial sleep or about to be waking up and so on and so forth. And do not ever forget that hereafter. So as a result of this understanding and my post 50 years, I have decided to contribute my very best to this society in the name of Sky Transformations, which is about individual, family, organization, and society transformations, and Universal Consciousness Mission to work for the total transformation of this world. And there are models like Sky Global School, where we are wanting the world to be the ultimate school of learning, in which all the 800 crore population are all learners, including Narendra Modi, Joe Biden, Putin, and everyone, until and unless they reach the point of realization. And that should be the decent graduation hereafter. And besides that, we also would like to develop model villages, and we would also like to apply spirituality in politics and public life. So whoever is interested to participate in these, they're all going to come out in flushes and flashes. And wherever I can get connected to Dr. Vishwanath Karad, or all the doyens here, or anybody here, we are going to do full-fledged on that assignment. Why? Because my physical life is limited, and I did not practice to live for 300 years and 500 years, which I could have done, and you also could have done it, but we did not practice it. So assuming that 100 years is our life, time is getting shorter, and let us do it faster, and let us all connect and make sure that hereafter the positive forces of this world are rising up and up, and the consciousness levels in this world is reaching to the highest of the zenith in our living time. And that should be the vow. And last but not the least, I am sure that Dr. Karad would not make this as a one-time affair, and this is going to be a continuous feature, and we are right from today evening, tonight and tomorrow, and the rest of our life, we should continue this mission and take it to the greatest of the greatest heights. Thank you so much for this lovely opportunity. Thanks one and all. And last but not the least, what is a small gift I can give to Dr. Karad for this wonderful, wonderful 2 days and all his contribution in this life? This is a small equipment, and this is in the form of a pyramid. And I'm also in the business of spirituality. And this pyramid is an anti-radiation, and it can contribute to antivirus and also improve the positive energy. And this is the small gift I wanted to hand over to Dr. Karad on this happy occasion. Thank you, sir.
Meantime, I would request Mr. Ram Singhal to express his views for about 2 minutes.
Namaskar. I am the best speaker of today. You will not believe that, but I am. Einstein got in 1905, and they came to know about the atom. But we were knowing about atom by the story of Vishnu, Brahma and Shiva. What is the mystery of me is the mystery of God. One day I asked myself who I am, which you will also ask one day, not today, but one day you will definitely ask. What is truth for you is truth for God also. God wanted to know who I am. This universal consciousness was floating on water. Vishnu is floating on water. Water is zero. We believe that the entire cosmos started with a big bang. But if I have to throw this, what I'll do? I'll inhale first, then I'll throw. So the Vishnu inhaled everything in. It creates a lot of heat. And the Brahman came out of the navel, became Nirakar. So we created Nirakar. This is Upanishad. After what we done, we are done for a visual language. Visual language is good for children, like we do A for apple, B for boy, C for dog. And because of the Brahman, came the equal and opposite reaction. So one was whole, oneness, and then came the fragmentation. And since it was hot, came the cold, so we created Lord Shiva. So how to see myself? We need a mirror. What is a mirror? Mirror is the meeting point of transparent and non-transparent. And what is stress? Stress is when you are fixed between 2 points which moves in different directions. This is past and future. When we bring them here, they are together. This is your soul, transparent, and this is your body, non-transparent. Yoga is a science to bring them together. Meditation is a science to live in present. Thank you, sir. You are here to become the mirror of God.
Thanks to all the distinguished speakers. Now I request Dr. Vishwanath D. Karar sir to felicitate all the speakers of this session. Dr. Sir. क्या बोल रहे हो सर क्या बोल रहे हैं
He said only 2 are left.
Now I request Dr. Vishwanath D. Karar sir to felicitate Mr. Ramesh Date. Mr. Raghavan Kohli and Mr. Girish Atre. Mr. Girish Atre. You have not given a moment to Atre at that time.
It's okay, I don't know.
इसलिए बुलाया सर शायद कंफ्यूज हो गए क्यों.
It's okay. Sir is in a hurry. Jayant, Giri sir. Thanks to all the speakers and thanks for a wonderful session. As is the custom and the norm after such an august assembly of learned scientists and philosophers and scholars, we have a tradition that we have a declaration in the form of a summary of what are the points in which we agreed upon. So I'm just taking the opportunity to read out the Pune Declaration, that is the gist of the proceedings of this conference on which we are all agreeable. The Pune Declaration, Preamble. The unique and historic first World Conference on Consciousness and Ultimate Reality was held on the 14th and 15th of November at the St. Philosophers Sri Dhaneshwara Hall. This conference provided a platform to scientists, researchers, philosophers, saints and scholars to engage in a very comprehensive and wholesome dialogue on this very important, intangible and yet very fascinating subject. Friends, you are well aware that the entire world is passing through a tense and chaotic stage, even worse than what was experienced during the 2 world wars. The present one is also a war between good and evil, sacrifice and greed, virtues and vices, tolerance and stubbornness, religious coexistence and fundamentalism. The various issues involved are not only local, that's restricted to one's own country, but are global. Since centuries, scientific community is unwilling to treat mind and spiritual consciousness as scientific entities, whereas the newer emerging sciences between quantum realm and physical world demand the existence of mind and spiritual consciousness. Therefore, the scientific community should accept the philosophies that built up the principles of humanity and of the universe. Through our theoretical as well as practical approach, we can endeavor to bring the scientific community to accept this universal philosophy. On the background of this First World Conference, it will provide an insight into living harmoniously to usher in the culture of peace for a peace-loving, holistic global society with an appropriate understanding of the role of science and spirituality. It has been very assertively and emphatically resolved by the learned members present that it is high time for all of us to devise and adopt a value-based universal education system, the appropriate component of science and spirituality. Today, at the culmination of the First World Conference on Consciousness, the Ultimate Reality, we approximately 250 learned scholars, thinkers, scientists, philosophers, and spiritual leaders unanimously resolve and adopt the following as the Pune Declaration. Number 1, to introduce consciousness as a subject of study in academic institutions and expand its scope to transcend the established reductionist, cause and effect based tools of classical science. Number 2, to realize that the Western approach has severe limitations in not just its methodology, but even its understanding and handling of this domain. Number 3, to make a concerted effort to effect a major paradigm shift to evaluate and comprehend this highly complex subject and understand that the entire universe is a manifestation of intelligence and consciousness. Number 4, to review the Indian knowledge systems, that is the Vedas, Upanishads, Puranas, as well as the scholarly works of philosopher saints like Santa Jnaneshwar and Santa Tukaram Maharaj, that provide an insight which is more intuitive and assimilative and facilitate a better understanding of this subject. Number 5, to conduct this conference annually on the 14th of November. Number 6, to implement a renewed understanding and paradigm of consciousness into research, particularly in the domains of medical oncology, neurology, and artificial science. Number 7, to disseminate and spread this vision and understanding of consciousness with an effort to promoting world peace and preventing catastrophes like man-made pandemics and proliferation of biological, chemical, and nuclear weapons. Number 8, to understand and realize that all religious scriptures are true life-guiding scriptures and to reposition them as works of science and deliver them from the shackles of being just ritualistic religion. 9, to understand and realize that the essence and philosophy of all world religions is the same and that they should convey the message of love, peace, understanding, and universal brotherhood. We also proclaim that the prayer for universal peace, Pasadan, should be adopted as a universal anthem. All the eminent speakers, delegates, and participants of this First World Conference on Consciousness, the Ultimate Reality, express their sincere appreciation and admiration for Vishwadharmi Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad for his vision, dedication, devotion, and commitment for conceptualizing and organizing this august gathering. I think let's all stand up and agree and concur with the principles and the resolutions that we've passed. And probably in the style of the British Parliament, let's all say aye so that we agree with these 9 principles that we worked upon. And let's all stand up and give a standing ovation to our Professor Dr. Karad, whose vision has made it possible. I think it has been extremely rewarding to interact with such scholarly fraternity and like Professor Shukla, Dr. Date, then we have Mr. Girish Atre. And trust me, my dear friends, when it was a big task for us to try and select specific speakers to come and express their opinions on this platform, in fact, I had been trying to get even Professor Nicholas Giesen, who is one of the main proponents of the entanglement phenomenon. And we've worked tirelessly for the past 3 to 4 months to try to fructify this conference. But I am highly grateful to Dr. Karad, Professor Karad, because, you know, he is a man of vision. He has the vision to realize that the future is going to be a fast changing future, and we have to review our methods of study and probably give greater credibility and credence to this newer domains, emerging domains. And he has all along been a great student of the philosophy which is behind Sant Dhaneshwara's teachings. And in fact, he is all the time very, very insistent, and to which I agree entirely, that Sant Dhaneshwar's philosophy has unfortunately never been looked upon seriously by the Western schools. But I do believe, and I think no one could be more qualified than myself. Sorry for being pompous, but I stand at the apex of the medical education. I am a neurosurgeon, and there's no degree higher than my degree in the medical domain. And I feel that it is my responsibility that if I am convinced that this philosophy is not just religious innuendo, or it is not just religious ritualism, but it really has the merit and it is the ultimate truth, trust me. And it is my personal, in my own personal capacity, I feel that this should be proclaimed to the world. And I am highly grateful to Professor Karad for giving me the platform and the opportunity to make this dream come true. I now request Professor Karad to speak a few words.
Friends, I do not find adequate words to express my feelings of joy and satisfaction when I look at my very learned friends who have spoken their heart and mind on this possibly a very unique topic or a subject, like the consciousness and the reality, the ultimate truth. I add the word ultimate truth, which indicates and points out to the Almighty God. What is the concept of God? ईश्वर क्या है भाई? जीसस कौन है? प्रोफेट मोहम्मद कौन है? राम कौन है? रहीम कौन है? ऐसा ही बड़ा चिंतन है जिसके बारे में मैंने विचार शुरू में बोले थे. मुझे लगता है कि the whole outcome of 2 days deliberation and discussion by the learned scholars, thinkers and philosophers, I have been having a feeling, a sincere feeling, that I feel little educated, I said to you yesterday, and possibly little bit enlightenment has come to my ideas and thoughts. The wisdom part of it, of everyone's speech, has been the real gain for my team and myself. Friends, I can only say that since this corona virus and the COVID-19, I had made a statement yesterday too. But I sincerely feel that the world has at least started curiously or with a curiosity looking at the sky. पहले ये ज़रा कम था कि ईश्वर नाम की कोई चीज़ है. गॉड, माता पिता, मातृदेवो भव, पितृदेवो भव, आचार्य देवो भव, बहुत लंबी बात है. पंडित वसंत गाडगिल साहब ने और हमारे दोस्त ने जो भी कहा, इतना ही कहूँगा. And as was suggested by Mr. Deepak Ranade in his Pune declaration presentation, wherein he has possibly made about 9 to 10 Pune resolutions, which are quite positive and indicative of what way we have to proceed. We have been in the field of education, different areas of our life, but एक बात सही हो गई है मुझे लगा. I was to confirm to myself with the, of course, as usual, the advice from Vijay Bhatkar and my friends. I was not on a wrong path.
ऐसी भावना हुई। जयंत खंदारे और दीपक रानड़े and their colleagues have been in their own field very, very highly talented, learned scholars. But एक मन में बात है कि इसके आगे मैंने इसमें लिखा भी है, it's a high time for us to adopt a value-based universal education system. ये कैसे होता है भाई, यूनिवर्सल कैसे बनेगा? हर देश की ज्योग्राफी अलग है, हिस्ट्री अलग है, कल्चर अलग है, सोचने की दिशा और ढंग भी अलग है, सब्जेक्ट्स अलग अलग हो सकते हैं. When there are hundreds of subjects and hundreds of areas of the human society are different, how can it be universal? Basically because there is the universal itself is a very wonderful word. And when we say the entire universe is a manifestation of pure intelligence and consciousness, एक है ना, रंग अलग होगा, मिति अलग होगी, जो भी है, लेकिन ये जो आत्मा का स्वरूप है, मन की चंचलता होते हुए भी ये सारी बातों का इतना सुंदर जिक्र हुआ. लेकिन still I am yet to understand, because we have been saying, many speakers have said, it is solely the Vedic literature. वेद, उपनिषद, ईशोपनिषद, जितनी बातें हुई, and when we have been observing world over, whether it's Schrodinger or Penrose and many other great scientists of the world, when they have been telling us, the men sitting in this audience of the university education, research, they have been suggesting very assertively that, friends, remember, hereafter you should start the schools of consciousness and reality. ये अंतिम सत्य क्या है भाई? कहाँ है सत्य? ये खोजो अंदर, झांक के देखो, बाहर देखने से ऐसी बड़ी बड़ी बातें होती हैं, लंबी बातें, आप जानते सारा. तो हियर आफ्टर मुझे ऐसे लगा, we have, I don't know whether you have made some arrangements for those people who are going to stay here. They may have a glimpse of the World Peace Dome in the name of Sant Dhaneshwar and Sant Tukaram. एक ज़माना था कि मैंने कल भी कहा कि ये सारे दुनिया में फिलोसोफर्स, द सोक्रेटिस, प्लेटो, कांट, हेगल, स्पिनोजा, भारत में एक भी नहीं हुआ. ऐसे मैंने पूछा था कल भी आपको. ये कैसे हुआ भाई? जो राज करते हैं, those who are in power, they decide whom to call and what to call. वो तय करते हैं भाई. ये पठान मेरा बड़ा फिलोसोफर है, बोल दो, मैं ये राजा जैसा हूं, तो ये हो सकता है. किसको क्या देना, किसको कौन सी पदवी देना है, उसका काम होता है. भारत के लिए ये नहीं हुआ. And then I still remember, I repeat, in this very hall, when we have been saying, in the year 1995, we had the fortune of having the first World Philosophers Meet. पहली जागतिक परिषद हुई इसी हॉल में, ग्राउंड पे. 700 delegates came from world over, from China to Russia to America, everybody. And the main issue was whether our Sant Dhaneshwara or Sant Tukaram or Sant Namdev or हमारे कनकदास, पुरंदास, जो भी हो, whether they were philosophers or not was the main question. You will not believe, 7 days the conference went on. 700 delegates came here from China to Russia. And after 7 days discussions and deliberations, who is a philosopher? Who is a philosopher? Who is to be called as a philosopher? And the final resolution was read, like the way in which Deepak read just now. And it was Maulana Wahiduddin Khan, who is still today alive in Delhi, 96 years age. He was the person, one of the great Islamic scholars, a philosopher, and he is reading the resolution. And while he is reading the resolution, when he said, because he knew my mind, he knew my Mr. Barlingi sir and everybody. And when he said, I see a messenger of peace walking through the corridors of MIT one day, एक दिन ऐसे आएगा, ये अपनी स्तुति नहीं है, सच्चाई है, रियलिटी है, एक यूनिवर्सल ट्रुथ है. उसके बाद में उन्होंने बोला कि एंड आई डिक्लेयर, हु इज कॉलिंग? मौलाना वहीदुद्दीन खान डिक्लेयरिंग दैट फिलोसॉफर संत ज्ञानेश्वरा and Sant Tukaram are the greatest philosophers of the whole world. Scientifically, logically, philosophical, by any language, any conformity test, you apply, and then you will find that under all the concluding tests and the parameters, he was declared to be the topmost philosopher of the whole world. दुनिया को सुख, समाधान, शांति का रास्ता दिखाने का दायित्व इधर है. भारतवासी है, मैं किसी जाति का लड़का हूँ, ये बात नहीं थी भाई. मुझे अभी भी आंसू आते हैं मन में. मुझे अभी ध्यान में 3000 डेलीगेट्स वेर सिटिंग इन द ऑडियंस. डॉक्टर करण सिंह, द ग्रेट फिलोसोफर, दिस दलाई लामा, ही वॉज प्रेजेंट. And everybody really had the tears in their eyes when this declaration was made by Maulana Wahiduddin Khan. यही ये हॉल है, यही ये जगह है. ज्ञानेश्वर की इस हॉल में छोटी सी कॉन्फ्रेंस, मैंने गिना 23 + 4, विजय भटकर, माई सेल्फ, रानडे एंड दीपक एंड अवर जयंत, मेक्स इट 27 स्टार्स. 27 नक्षत्र की बात होती है. कैसे नक्षत्र है भाई? इस हॉल को देखो. आई एम अ वेरी मैड डिज़ाइनर, मैं क्वालिफाइड नहीं हूँ, लेकिन ये सारा जितना आर्किटेक्चर देखते हो ना, तो 12 राशि के 12 खंबे हैं नीचे, और ऊपर है 27 नक्षत्र के 27 खंबे. गिन के देखो, लेकिन इसके पीछे शास्त्र है भाई. क्योंकि मजे की बात नहीं, बहुत पैसे हुए इसलिए नहीं बनाया. इसके पीछे force F, scientifically, force F is proportional to K times m1 into m2 upon r square. 2 मास का मल्टीप्लिकेशन करो और उसको r द डिस्टेंस से डिवाइड करो, फोर्स आता है. जैसे हमारे तुकाराम महाराज ने, सारे लोगों ने ये कहा है. आप जरा गिन के देखो भाई. मैंने कल भी बोला कि सत्य नारायण एक शब्द है. द स्टीफन हॉकिंस का जो बयान है, द ब्रीफ हिस्ट्री ऑफ टाइम फ्रॉम बिग बैंग टू ब्लैक होल, पढ़ के देखो, समझने की कोशिश करो. देखने से नहीं चलता है. गो नियरर, सी इट, अंडरस्टैंड द मैकेनिज्म, अंडरस्टैंड द सिस्टम, एंड देन रियली ऑब्जर्व और अनुभूति करो भाई. एक्सपीरियंस करना होता है. तो ये जो परिषद हुआ, मुझे लगता है कि एक्सपीरियंस की बात है, ये अनुभूति की बात है. और मुझे विश्वास है, गर्व नहीं करता हूँ. मेरे विजय भटकर हमेशा बोलते हैं अभी कि ब्रिटिश लोगों को, ही सेज, चले जाओ का ठहराव हो गया था, गांधी जी ने किया था 1942. विजय भटकर बोलते हुए नहीं, ब्रिटिश लोगों को चले आओ नौकरी के लिए भारत में. ये भारत देश का वैभव, दिशा ऐसी रहेगी. और मुझे विश्वास है कि वेदर इट इज़ अमेरिका और द ब्रिटेन, माई फ्रेंड yesterday said that possibly he feels that the United Nations और Security Council के मेंबर्स को यहाँ ला के दिखाना चाहिए. प्यार की बात है, विश्वास की बात है. लेकिन वो वक्त आ गया है कि whole world will look to Mother India and will search for the solutions which they are facing today. सारी दुनिया में है भाई. और एजुकेशन तुम्हारा मेरा ये फ़र्ज़ है, मैं मानता हूँ. बात छोटी सी लगती है, बट बड़ी खतरनाक है. वन ट्रिगर of any mechanism like biological or chemical weapons will ruin this entire world within a fraction of a second. The chemical, biological, atomic, hydrogen, neutron bombs, कितना पाइलिंग हुआ है पता है आपको? One trigger and possibly this world of ours can be reduced to ashes within a fraction of a second. काहे के लिए बनाया भाई? ये तो भस्मासुर के सर पे बैठे हो, किसके लिए बनाया है, किसके लिए बना रहे हैं? तो शायद in this Rana Day, I think you may have to add one more line. Try to ban this process of chemical and biological weapons and the destructive tendencies which we are using. We are not to use our knowledge or the University of Peace. What is peace? मन की बात है, शांति की बात है, बड़ी लंबी कहानी हो सकती है, लेकिन हमारा जीवन इसके लिए नहीं है. To create a disorder in the lives of others is not our job, but to create an happiness, real happiness. घर में शांति हो, मन में शांति हो, समाज में शांति हो, इसका छोटा सा प्रयास है ये. उसके लिए ये कॉन्शियसनेस को जानने की कोशिश है. ईश्वर कोई है, सत्ता है, ऐसी बातें हैं. तो मैं अभी आपका धन्यवाद मानता हूँ सबको, लेकिन जीवन भर भाई कुछ ना कुछ साथ में करते रहिएगा. ये तुम्हारी संस्था है, ये किसी व्यक्ति का नहीं होता है, ये समाज के माध्यम से निर्माण होता है. वर्ल्ड पीस डोम हो या आलंदी का ट्रांसफॉर्मिंग पिलग्रिम सेंटर्स टू नॉलेज सेंटर्स, कॉन्सेप्ट हमारे भटकर और मशड़कर के मुख से निकल आया. व्हाट इज अ पिलग्रिम सेंटर? पिलग्रिम सेंटर इज अ नॉलेज सेंटर. ज्ञान का दालन है भाई, और ज्ञान ये ईश्वर का रूप है. अंतिम सत्य जो है वही ज्ञान की भाषा है. द एंटायर यूनिवर्स अगेन ज्ञान स्वरूप है, सारा ज्ञान स्वरूप है. विज्ञान, ज्ञान, विज्ञान और अज्ञान. श्री कृष्ण और भगवान अर्जुन का और श्री कृष्ण का संवाद है, बड़ा सुंदर. ये सारी बातें हैं हमारे समाज के हित के लिए. वी हैव टू गाइड आवर चिल्ड्रन, आवर ओन फैमिली मेंबर्स एंड द स्टूडेंट्स एट लार्ज. And at least I feel when I stand before you after so many years of time that yes, we are on the right path. Let's join hands for the cause, the noble cause of promoting culture of peace in the world. Sir, shall I call you now? Aye. You have to bless us. Give him the big clap. Chandu.
Friends, first I would like to humbly bow before you because this World Conference provided us an opportunity, a rare opportunity which can be called as a privilege, a moment of privilege that we have taken a very bold step 2 days back to inaugurate this
international conference on consciousness, what we declared as this consciousness alone is truly the ultimate reality. Last 2 days, we have been sharing our thoughts, our studies, our findings, our discoveries. On what we understood as what we call as consciousness, and how we think it is the ultimate reality. Paper after paper, thoughts after thoughts, articulations after articulations. We shared our thoughts. We shared our findings. And just now, as is customary, as is a convention in many international conferences, to summarize and share with all the participants and radiate our thoughts and what we found. The 9 declarations, perhaps 10, were read. I was seeing the hand of Professor Vishwanath Karad. Behind each declaration was it is his thoughts also. We were radiating behind each declaration. Every morning I get up, try to get up rather. I don't know whether I will get up or not, but I do get up so far. And try to listen to on that Brahma Muhurta, which changes every day, but around 3:30 or 4. Some of the greatest thoughts on this subject. That we have been dwelling on this issue for both the people coming from different traditions, different religions, different backgrounds, on what we try to understand as the nature of reality. Question comes, what is reality? And Panditji, when he was speaking to us in Sanskrit, as per his unbroken tradition, and he spoke of Sat Chit Ananda. This word is not strange to us. In fact, it is the only word which describes that reality in a true sense. When you say the nature of reality, it really means that Sat, Chit and Ananda. What a great minds of our rishis, how enlightened they were when they paraphrase this as if you want to understand what God is or what that reality is, what that ultimate reality is, the only word, the only phrase which describes it correctly as ultimate reality is that Sat, Chit and Ananda. And they are not three different things. What a beauty of this language. That there can be a word, there can be a phrase, there can be an articulation which can explain that reality. Like one word is womb. I think we talked on that issue of Om, MITWPU Upanishad, extensively. Similarly, I feel that word which describes that reality is Sat, Chit and Ananda. And as my teacher explained to me, that they are not three different words, but there is one word saying it different, three different dimensions of that reality. And when you realize the truth, you realize the unity of these three things. Sat means this is the truth. Sat means the reality that I exist. One of the manifestations of that. No one has doubt that whether he exists, whether I exist. Nobody is in doubt on that, including all beings. All conscious beings. We still do not know the difference between conscious and unconscious beings. As we go on to explore further, perhaps we'll come to know that there is nothing other than that consciousness. But we'll not go into that. Sat is that reality. I exist is that reality. My existence is that reality. Chit, that I am conscious of that reality. I am conscious of experiencing that reality. And our experience is that we are all, without doubt, all beings are searching for Ananda. Why we are searching for that joy or that happiness? Because we are that. We want to know that because we are that. As Panditji rightly said, this has been explained differently by our rishis. And we said that that ultimate knowledge has been embedded in an eternal way in the Vedas. Vedas describe this reality. The four Vedas describe it in terms of what they call, what we refer to, what we revere as the four Mahavakyas. The entire reality has been expressed in four different ways. As I think Dr. Shukla also said, it is that truth when he referred to that we will have to go back to the Vedas, not because of I come from a particular religion and I think we are transcended. We are all proud of our religions, I have no thing. But those four Mahavakyas in different ways declare that truth, as we are trying to say, declare at the end of the Vedas. What is that declaration? You want to, if the rishis were to different rishis who are attributed to different Vedas, this one. So what we are searching for has been said in those four Mahavakyas. First being, it's not first or second or third like that. Tattvamasi, what you are searching for, is that reality is you, yourself. And that has to be realized. I am that truth. Aham Brahmasmi is the second Mahavakya. And looking into deeply into it, I am Atma Brahma. This Atma, which we don't know, not been successfully so far scientifically to define, but we all experience it every moment. This Atma, this spirit, whatever you may call them, is that reality. And the fourth is that, going further into Prajnanam Brahma, in the fourth one. The true definition of Prajnanam is that consciousness. The equivalent word, there are no equivalent words for many of the Sanskrit words, the deep Sanskrit words. Prajnanam Brahma. What is that? That Prajnanam, that consciousness is there. This whole conference was focused on defining, understanding, realizing, articulating, sharing with what that consciousness is, and our reflections on that. So in a way, as Dr. Shukla said, we have to go back, not go back in the sense, we have to revisit that, our own Vedas. And the world will visit that. I see this word echoing every day as I listen to many enlightened lectures. It's a great thing that today, because of YouTube and because of many inventions and what we see that come, we are able to listen to these words again and again and again in proper context for some realized souls and great minds. One question comes before mind. My thinking is that this question is this. And therefore the Vedas ask us to realize those four Mahavakyas. And the same Mahavakyas, as Saint Dhaneshwar said, have been told in Marathi 750 years back in Dhaneshwari. The quintessence of all these Vedic enunciations are in Bhagavad Gita. The quintessence has been given by Krishna. That's why Krishna we called Krishnam Vande Jagat Guru, who gives the ultimate knowledge to us for the entire world is that. This conference was about that. This conference was about understanding the different perspectives. This is the age of science. What science says? From physics perspective, what it is. From material science, what it would be. From spiritual science, what it is. From biological way, how to experience this in my own body. We were trying to share our limited understanding, the quest in this conference to several papers. About 50 papers research papers were presented. I must also share, I said with Professor Karat, that it is one conference. There have been many articulations on this all. Many people came and shared their knowledge. And we shared this knowledge on a subject which is concerned to the entire humanity, all knowledge seekers of today. It has been always the concern from Vedic times, but today's language. And I would dare to say, that this conference attempted to share with all our limited knowledge, whatever it is, this one, in a university. Universities are meant for discovering this and realizing this truth. Why are universities? To declare what we're finding, all the researches, innovations, what they declare. We suddenly we feel that we are creating a new knowledge and we share with the world. And that's what happened here. Once again we shared whatever we found away. I only say that very humbly, that very respectfully, that the standards of this conference the standard of this conference, not that earlier, not comparing, but it does match, it does reach out to what the universities, what the excellence in the universities, excellence in the knowledge system should be asymptotically go to that realization. So I congratulate, not that I congratulate myself, I congratulate Professor Karad and Deepak Ranade, Professor Kandhare, I'll not take all the names, all the people who came here to share their views on a very important subject. One thing I must say, Professor Hankey is there, of course, he's from MIT and Stanford, and he represents from Oxford, he represents those standards with some of the universities which we highly regard. The question is asked, how the universities should be, what kind of standards they should reach. When the new policy was being articulated or written down, national education policy, one question comes that we want an education of world standard. That was used, world standard, world standard. I think I dare say that we are converging to reach that standard and perhaps surpass that kind of thing. This conference shows that one can be, because the ranking comes and then we say what is the ranking and all that kind of thing. But with my limited experience, I can say that we are and we will in MIT or World Peace University and similar such endeavors are on the path of reaching those kind of standards. And we must make earnest attempt to go, because there is no limit to knowledge. They are limitless. Knowledge is one thing defined, there is no limit. The truth is limitless, this one. And this progress will go on. It's good that we are honored. I'm very pleased that as we should do, that Professor Karad, Vishwanath Karad, years here we have been looking at years. He has been sharing this, and he has not swayed away from that, as Deepak was telling that this conviction that we can create such universities, one can create such universalization of thoughts has been embedded in this 4 Mahavakyas, and actually realize them and share it with the world. And then we would be able, we'll be going to the next part. Only thing I say, I feel that what is this time? I'm always asked the question that like Einstein asked, what do you want to, what are you seeking? Einstein said very rightly, he did not believe in, at least he did not say that until the last moment, what he wrote to his daughter in his later, this one, that I now was searching for that unified theory, and I find that there is a force. There is a unified force. Now we have to verify that thing that in which letter he wrote that, but that's not important. It's important is that letter to be read. The tears will come when he's sharing with his daughter that now I realized that there is unified force. And that force is force of love, force of purest love, which he's saying to his daughter, which I wanted to share with you, but could not share it fully. That love is that ultimate reality. That bhakti is that ultimate reality, which can be called in various ways. Friends, we have come to the end of this conference. It was a great experience for all of us. It was a great experience for all of us. And it has been truly enlightening. What the conferences should be, search for truth. Once again, I congratulate, not that I celebrate, I celebrate along with you that realization which has come to us through this wonderful conference, I greet you all. I bow before you all, and let us continue this search. As has been declared, this conference will take place every year with new realizations. Thank you very much. Thank you.
It's a great honor to be here to express vote of thanks. I must mention that the concept of these deliberations about First World Conference on Consciousness was ideated by Honorable Vishwanath Karad. I appeal that we must give him a big round of applause as a visionary. Dr. Vijay Bhatkar, more we know him, lesser we understand that how much knowledge, he has, and we expect him to be here and express his wisdom to MIT-WPU. And he has been very kind to be here all the time. And we have seen him since last 2 days. He has actually indulged into the deliberations that went through. I'm very grateful to my own friends, faculty, who actually supported this conference in the momentum of a short time. I'm very grateful to our Vice Chancellor, Pro-Vice Chancellors, Deans of MIT-WPU, our leader, Rahul Karad, sir, who has been instrumental in supporting that interface that goes from the education, the professional education, from engineering to the School of Consciousness. It's a great honor to lead the new school that has been now initiated in this campus, and I'm sure that we would pass your litmus test to bridge that gap of a science and excel to the world that what we anticipate. MIT-WPU School of Consciousness, the ultimate reality, and that would be the last frontier, would try to dwell, understand where the humankind would actually enter into. I'm sure that, as I mentioned, that only science will actually solve societal problems, and me and my team, scientist team, as well as the expertise like Dr. Deepak Ranade, who has been wonderful advisory on the knowledge gap that he actually adds in. There are very exceptional doctors like him who actually do surgery, looked into the brain, looked into the gray matters, and also understand the philosophy that not many scientists actually we see. Very grateful to all the speakers. We have seen that we had almost 21 speakers. Dr. Karad himself thought we would not have actually great speaker because of a short of a time, but I'm sure that now we have shown that we could gather the galaxy of speakers that actually we started from yesterday 10:30 to today. Thank you very much, speakers. Last but not the least, the administration, the staff, the back office staff, the video, audio, and all the support that actually who does this wonderful facility that actually you see here is part of the great system that Karad sir has actually mentioned. All of us remember that yesterday evening we went to a fountain of a knowledge, fountain of a flow, fountain of a fluidity, fountain of a dynamism through the water that actually was very enjoyable, and we could actually be with Karad sir and Bhatkar sir and other dignitaries almost for an hour. So that was, I think, one of the most prestigious moments that I would actually endure in my life. I'm very grateful if I missed any one of you to express my vote of thanks. And I would now request all of you to stand for the national anthem. Without media, I think we would not be reaching to the society. Thank you very much. And I'm sure that you have realized this is not a practice of expressing the vote of thanks, but thank you, sir, for bringing me to this knowledge that the media is very important, who actually has been supporting to this institute about what we do to the society. Thank you.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे